Hello, and welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to purge the heretics, and also play tabletop role-playing games. Today we are playing Dungeons & Dragons, our long-running Ascension campaign, which is happening today because of shenanigans that happened on the Thursday. Some of you might have been here on Thursday, which is why you're here today. If you did, you will have seen a discussion, a talk of sorts, an announcement, some might say. Some of you may have not, in which case we'll be announcing again, just in case you haven't. But regardless, we have some announcements. And apparently my Discord is breaking, so I'll have to use my other Discord.
Okay, first tech issue creeping in.
Look,
Here we go again.
I did not use enough sacred unguents. Today's supporter is Miazilla. Thank you for supporting the heresy that has been Ascension so far, Miazilla. Your support is greatly appreciated.
No, genuinely, that fan art is amazing and everything, so thank you so much.
So good.
It is, indeed.
There's been quite a few pieces of fan art lately too, so thank you all so much.
One of the most prolific fan artists.
Fanatists.
Also, the different styles of materials she uses are really cool too.
Are we sure she's not like an AI generator artist? Like maybe just like some kind of sentient robot creature online just popping out AI art? I'm not convinced.
That makes sense.
And I know that the hands have the right number of fingers and stuff. That's how you know.
Log me in.
That's true. Some of those have like, you just have to look at the hands. They have like 7 fingers and they're like all crazy.
Look, fingers are really difficult, okay?
One of them's like bent, like at a weird angle, and
2 of them are merged together.
Okay.
No thumbs.
the
Never
hands.
That's
thumbs.
basically what Perrin's arm looks like anyway.
That's true.
Right.
Either that
You're
you've
just
been-
it's a fan art arm, a AI arm.
Either that or you've been to Cornwall.
Or the warp.
Right. Anyway, thank you, Miazilla. Changing the order a bit. We're sponsored by Roll20. Roll20 allows us to do the tabletop shenanigans that we do with an online digital tabletop. So, for instance, music that, well, everyone can hear, and then you can change it depending on the tone and the theme. For instance, if you had, like, for instance, a really sad announcement that, you know, you were going to do next, you might be like, right, I should put on some really sad music, and that would be really appropriate, and then everyone would be able to hear it, and they'd be like, ah, this is a sad moment. So there you go. You can check out Roll20. We got a link somewhere. You can go check them out. Oh, which I guess brings me on to the sad announcement. Yeah, this was explained on Thursday, but because of the disastrous technical shenanigans of an entire region deciding to sabotage the internet in an attempt to prevent...
It was the Divine Band. They were trying to stop the end.
Yeah, it's too powerful. They had to be stopped. Yeah, the announcement that went out, you may have heard or not, but unfortunately, this is going to be the last episode of Ascension. Now, we may or may not be able to like try and figure out some way of like culminating it at a future date or something. But for now, this will be the final episode of Ascension, because you've probably noticed that the shenanigans with the times. Okay, if you're on YouTube, you may have not noticed that as much, but especially if you've been watching live, the shenanigans of the times in the last few months have been really complicated, like moving back and forth and trying to find a slot and then moving an hour later and then everything else. And it's been particularly difficult. And that's mostly my fault because, yeah, it's really having difficulty melding with the course and exams and so on. Thank
you're
you.
doing awesome stuff in school.
Yeah.
We understand. I mean, we don't want you to leave.
But yeah, so it's kind of making it really, really difficult, and I know it's having an impact on like moving back and forth and everything. And the notice is not great for. Oh, look, the class has been shifted. So for now, it's got to a stage where it's probably best if we just kind of, unfortunately, put it on ice. And well, if people really, really want and they let us know, then maybe at some point in the future we can do kind of a culmination thing, like, you know, 3.5 seasons and a movie.
That's what we were thinking. Like,
but yeah,
Look,
yeah,
if Elon Musk
about
comes
that.
in here and offers us $1 million to do another Ascension campaign, we're down. No problem.
No, that's not how you manipulate Elon Musk. You tell him, "Oh, I bet you can't do this," and then he does it.
Yeah.
I bet you can't buy Twitter.
Keep our
That's-
campaign
yeah.
alive. Fool.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really, really sorry about this, and it's been absolutely great. And we have gone for like, I can't remember how many episodes. Well, more than 100 episodes. It's quite a while.
Over 2 years.
Yeah.
it's been 2.4 years. Our first episode was on June 4th, 2020. In the midst of a pandemic, arose the Ascension.
Yeah, it's been
Like
an
a fever
interesting
dream.
Yeah. So this is gonna be it for now. Which
They're
brings
wondering
us,
what you're going to school for. They're interested in what you're learning about.
I'm learning how to cast 10th level spells. You have to do a lot of studying for that. It's a very
He's
grueling
learning how to
course.
be the best rules lawyer ever. That's more applicable.
I object. Can you do that in E EU?
EU is a lot of different laws because we don't have
Objection,
one.
hearsay. No.
No one law. In fact, the UK has a very different law system to the vast majority of the EU because the UK's law is what effectively spawned America, and we have a very, very different law system. The rest of the continent, basically has
You got
civil
your
law,
own.
and we have common law.
Okay.
Because the UK, the Commonwealth, America, all of that is basically like based on precedent, whereas the rest of Europe is based on this is what the government have said in the guidelines and stuff kind of law. That's the broad distinction between the two. So civil versus common. Anyway, right, that distinction aside, right. Yes, the other thing, the good thing, I will put on good music. The Miracle of Roll20. There you go, link somewhere. And by good, I mean, I guess it should be disturbing. Because while Ascension. Wait, I need a. Is this a better voice?
Is this a better voice?
Is this a better voice? Will this one do? No? Okay? Yes?
Maybe? Okay, this one will do. While Ascension. Okay, there's way too much reverb.
While Ascension might be coming to an end, you may have missed it, but Vampire the Masquerade is something that you may be familiar with at Roll For It. We had 2 seasons so far of the Sounds of Silence, Silence of Shadows, and thanks to a new venture with Pod by Night, there will be a 3rd season of Vampire the Masquerade. Look, I don't have a vampire-y effect on there, okay?
Chef Mike's very
This
happy.
will be live streamed by Pod by Night on their channel, and then the VODs will be coming to our channel. So, thanks to that, there will now be a 3rd season culminating the story.
As one long-running show is, at least for now, denied its ending, another one gets its ending.
And there will be many more stories to come.
There you go. Hopefully that can help alleviate some of the heartbreak. Or at least, you know,
You can't
the
fill this
heartbreak
grief
can-
hole that I have. Yee.
well, if you're a vampire, you don't need to feel the emotions. It's fine. Just drop your
That's true.
humanity
Just
low
turn
enough.
it off.
Yeah.
You turn off my humanity for a moment.
Right. So, that's it for the announcements. Really quick shilling. Beth, go.
Patreon, that's the main way you can support us. There's a whole bunch of tiers that give a whole bunch of different rewards. You can get MP3s, you can get after shows, you can get character sheets, you can submit names for NPCs, you can watch monthly recaps, you can support an episode like me Azil did this episode, you can take part in a once monthly game jam by a member of the Roll For It cast. It's just an off-camera private game you get to be a part of. You could do the Twitch things, you can subscribe, which gives you emotes and badges, access to the VODs, no one have to wait 24 hours for them to appear on YouTube. You can give us bits, you can give us tips. We read the tips out at the end, so thank you. I lost it. It was going so well. You could do the bits and the tips, you could do those. Cup physics happens. YouTube, Yeah,
you can
that's way
be
too
a
much power.
YouTube member that gives you emotes and badges. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, or let you join the Discord and hang out with us. What's going on? What are you playing?
Like carnival music.
I don't like that at all. That's not a good sign.
You going? You got more shit to do.
Yeah, you can join the Discord and hang out with us and other fans of the show, and occasionally get hints on upcoming shows and things like that. We drop hints from time to time. And you can also support us just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out. The algorithm sees people watching and is like, we should show that to more people, and then that happens. So just being here already helps us out. Pressing all the buttons gives that a boost, and and we also appreciate you commenting and chatting. That might help the algorithms, not really sure, probably does. But we also love to hear from you. We like to read all the chats and all the comments as much as possible to see what you're thinking. So yeah, that's the stuff. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching. Last time on Ascension.
So the team got an offer from Skith's backstabbing evil brother, Saravel, that he would have Skith over to lunch later in the day, it being the morning right now, in the Entropy, at a place that, you know, he wants to have food at. And the group were just a little skeptical, and so in exchange, Saravel offered to also have lunch with Arena and Perrin at their inn in Near-Dearth at the same time later that day at lunch.
Not really reassuring.
Not really reassuring. And would also make sure that the paid teleportation fees were already sorted. The group agreed. And so, with that, the messenger about turns and leaves, leaving Skith, Arena, and Perrin maybe about 2.5 hours out. I don't know why I looked at my watch. It doesn't tell time in Illyria. 2.5 hours out from meeting with a nemesis. Nemesis, Nemesi, or is it singular nemesis because it's the same
it's
one?
one, it's
I'm not
just
sure
two
in
of
this
them.
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you are left in the room.
This does sound like a trap.
I'd be surprised if it was. I don't think he'd want to make the other houses mad before he was able to enact all of his plans.
But
It
he
would be
already
pretty
killed your
blatant.
other family members. What would keep him from doing this?
Yeah, that was not on their soil.
This is a formal invitation.
It's up to you. I suppose you agreed, so... But, you know, you can change your mind.
We could have Arena just strap a bunch of grenades to me and I could run in there and solve the problem in one fell swoop. I'm just kidding.
We
Don't
should
they have
perhaps...
processes for that where you have to make sure you're not bringing anything in?
Yes,
Or
I was only joking.
Is Pietro's book linked to you right now? That might be a good thing to have set up.
I don't think it is right now.
I think it's
not to me.
connected to me.
I think it's connected to both of you.
Oh, okay. Then we're good.
We can have him
We would know
periodically check in case anything happens.
Just make sure that the other copy of him doesn't get out of control in case something does happen to me.
If he does kidnap
I'll
you and
do it.
replace you with an imposter, that imposter presumably won't be linked to Pietro's book and will know.
That's true.
Very
He's making-
smart.
He's making clones of himself, he could be trying to do it for other people.
I will say before we go off on our respective positions that it has truly been an honor being able to have actual friends in life. So if something does happen to me, just know that I have cherished our relationships. And then he'll go to shake Perrin's hand, his good one.
Green is already like running up to you and hugging your leg. And like probably almost eyes are all like watery.
And Perrin will
And
put
then,
out the good hand and shake.
And Skith will grab it and shake it, and he'll try to pull Perrin in, but because he's so much stronger, he'll just end up pulling himself in, and he goes for a group hug with everybody.
Perrin will hug. As he's hugging, he will say, I don't think you need to be that worried. Even if you die, we've got the tree, which is at the inn that Saravel's clone will be at.
Yes.
It should be fine. If we didn't have that contingency, I would not want you to go. But at the end of the day, if he does kill you, we do have that method.
Make sure you protect Willow. That is what I've named my tree.
Will do. I can post Thunder to watch. Alert me while we're meeting if anything's happening.
I've yet to see Thunder's abilities in combat, but if you trust your steed, then all right.
I would like to give him a few more, straight fights than the jobs he's ending up getting, but it's what works. Still have to see how he feels about that whole incident with the boats.
Can't be too happy, I'd imagine. Probably developed a severe fear of water.
Right, turns out we don't have as much...
Maybe not.
Turns out we don't have as much time as I thought, but I did need to tell you about my conversations with, gods and heralds and such. I'll give you the cliff notes. 10 different people. Various different things. Yep, it was a lot. It was a long night. So, Torog, he's alive. He's seemingly coherent. I was worried he might have been driven insane by what happened to him, but it seems like he's mostly still with it. Can't move. Pros and cons. He's completely aware of the full situation. As soon as your friend died, the spell on him broke, and he points at Skith and gestures at the cloak. As soon as that happened, he was completely aware of the whole situation. The spell broke for him. Makes sense as he was close to its creation. So, he's on side. We've got him. Bahamut, pretty sure doesn't know, but he's very close. There's a possibility that if he thinks about it too hard, the spell might break. I'm not quite sure. I also spoke to Athreos. He's fully aware. We did accidentally break the spell for him. He knows the whole thing now. He's on side too. About as on side as anyone can be. Literally, his job is to ferry the dead to another place. I also briefly met with... Well, actually... I guess I met the 8th star?
Of Mistra?
Yeah, that went fine. Who else? I met Asmodeus, obviously. He knows. He's made that pretty clear. And he seems to have, either set up a contingency for himself beforehand, or either there was a contingency in place to alert him in case of emergency, something like that. Not really sure, but either way he worked it out. Siren Ray doesn't know. Erithus I don't think knows. I don't think the Lioness knows. And I also am pretty sure, more than I ever have been, that someone is influencing Erithus. Might be Asmodeus. Might be somebody else. Either way, someone's whispering in her ear.
So the deal with Asmodeus, you just want to get closer to him.
I don't know about that. I mean, partially I just wanted to remember the conversation.
Well, now we're in it.
I know.
You've been a busy boy, Perrin.
Yeah, yeah. Who else? Oh, Solitaire. Met him. Don't think he knows. Which is fine, makes sense. I think that's everyone.
Solitaire is them.
Perrin has mentioned 9 names, if either of you are keeping count.
Both of them have a high enough int that if they wished to have just kept count accidentally, they would have.
I think Marina would notice that.
What is the 10th one?
That one was a trick.
What do you mean?
I thought it was Commodus, which was a surprise. I'm not sure his soul exists anymore. And it turned out it wasn't him. It was him. He couldn't do anything.
Oh,
The system for consulting for patrons doesn't allow the being to affect the warlock. It's structured deliberately that way. All he could do was taunt me.
but that means that he can probably get others.
Potentially, yes, he could approach other warlocks.
Oh no.
Did we ever figure out who Pietro's patron was?
No, we didn't. Might need to ask him.
Are you allowed to share that?
I don't think I can force him to,
course.
but we confront him.
The zone of truth.
That could help.
Well, I don't know if we'll have time before lunch. I am pretty hungry, though.
Be careful what you... Oh wait, no, you can't be poisoned. You'll be fine. The important takeaway...
He can't take poison damage. He can be poisoned outside of the poison status and poison damage.
Okay.
Just bear in
There's
mind.
still diseases and stuff too.
I can still swallow razor blades, okay?
Be careful what you eat.
The important takeaway from all this is we do have allies. 4 different beings that I talked to last night. They know exactly what's going on. They know what's at stake. One of them might have their own motives, but mostly they want the same thing we want. We're not just running around trying to work out what's happening now. We're a side of, in a certain sense, a war. But we know who our friends are. So at this point, gesture to Arena, you've got the Raven Queen. However much they do or don't know about the situation. You've got
Did I
Mistra.
tell them?
No. We want to be very careful about who we let it slip to. We already messed up with Athreos. It is what it is. He's on our side. You've got the Raven Queen. You've got Mistra. Also got Bahamut. I've got Torog, like hammer on the table. And I've got Athreos. And Perrin at that moment chooses his patron.
Yes. Thank you for guarding the river, Perrin.
And you
Glad to have
feel
you on
all
side.
that power that you've been kind of missing. It's just been kind of at arm's distance. You just can't quite get to it. Just snap into place. All of your abilities for level 12 and up are there.
Good to have you on our side. Good to be on yours. There is one thing. It's not actually related to, you know, the greater purpose of what we must both fight for and defend. But it is a question you might be able to answer. Were you ever, in your previous employment, in possession of a ring which you lost?
A great many things were lost. I do not know this one of which you speak.
I'm gonna describe Skith's ring.
No.
Damn, I thought I had it right this time.
I have seen such a ring once, though.
Girasgrail.
In the hand of a man called Girasgrail.
Okay, right on one count.
Good talk, patron.
That's incredibly helpful, thank you. Sorry to bother you. I look forward to working together.
As do I.
Skith, I don't want to alarm you. I've been theorizing about this for a while. I think your soul might have once been Girasgrail's. It doesn't actually matter. It's your soul now, but it may have been Girasgrail's soul rewritten.
Me? In two souls or one soul?
I
It
think...
would make sense why you had all of the documents that he had, all the blueprints too.
Well, no, those were in the vault. Those his family owns. His family's
But
had
why would he be
connections with
grabbing those?
Girasgrail and Girasgrail's things, and so it may have been his ring, and so that's how he ended up in... Wait, Skith, what was your first tower?
I think it was the Wandering Tower, wasn't it? No, it was my the Sheer Satrapy Tower. as
No,
far
it was
as
the Wandering Tower.
It was the Wandering Tower. Okay, yeah.
Disguised probably as the.
Yeah. The one that pops up and then leaves every now and then.
Did your family normally ever use that one as their first tower? Or was that just...
I don't believe so.
Yeah, that might be why the ring broke. I might have to ask Solitaire a couple more questions next time I see them. If your soul isn't Girasgrail's soul rewritten as your own because you died in the Traveling Tower and the soul was used to resurrect you, then actually the ring that you handed to Rendry Tonk is not the ring, and Solitaire did a switcheroo because Solitaire owns an identical ring that is intact. Or is pretending to. Shapeshifting.
They can steal our possessions?
Well, whenever exactly that ring did, aside from the obvious, kind of flies in the face of the function of the towers. If a herald came across someone in a tower wearing one, they'd probably try and take it, potentially.
Confiscated.
Well, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Sorry,
That
I
might
can't be of more
deliberate.
help.
Well, we
I'm
know
just-
that sometimes they can wipe our memory, so
I'm just
at least they try to.
piecing things together. I saw the ring on Solitaire's finger and it got my mind racing again about things. I thought either maybe all the heralds have a ring and you would have Atheros' ring because Atheros is the herald of wizards. Was. Just piecing things together. It's something to think about later. We need to talk to Renry Tonk about the ring and what we can do about that now that we don't want to go for energy from one of the crystals. But yeah, you might be Gear Squirrel reincarnated, potentially, unintentionally. To that effect. Could explain your newfound interest in knowledge of magic.
I've always been very curious. I don't know, I just feel like myself.
With the door knocking again.
Hello? Are you in there?
The Pietro.
Which person is he messaging?
He's knocking. I opened
He's
the door.
knocking.
Oh, he's knocking on the door. Oh, I see. Arino will open the door. Pietro! And kind of picks him up and spins him around and then closes the door. I miss you so much. Look at you. I was worried about you. And she's going to give him kisses.
Oh, okay. I miss you too. When did you get back?
Well, only just tonight, but it has been a long night.
Oh, you all have that face like something bad has happened or is going to happen.
Skith's got an appointment with Saravel.
Wait, isn't that the guy who wants to kill him?
Maybe? Probably.
Isn't that the one we already killed?
Yes.
Well, we killed a clone of him,
And
a
we're going to meet
version of him.
2 more of him today. One's going to meet Skith, the other one's going to meet the 2 of us in the inn.
I don't think it's gonna be really on either side.
I wonder which will be an Iceman, or maybe both, as Arena suggests. Simulacrum.
I mean, if you could send someone else in for you, why wouldn't you? Then you'll never be in danger.
Yeah, that would not fool my brother.
Do they know they're clones?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Just ask to chop a finger off, and if it melts, you know it's a clone.
Okay.
How did your tower run go? Is my brother okay? Oh, okay.
Arena takes a sigh of relief.
We've done one. We were about to do another one in a couple of days. So it's going well.
Congratulations. It's obviously worked out. We're still alive.
Skith, I don't need these anymore. Well, at least for the moment. It sounds like you need them a lot more. Since you gave them to me, can I just have them back after your lunch? Because
He holds out 2 slightly misshapen braces.
Well, I do have my extra attunement slot now.
I might need them back
Can't.
afterwards, but you do need them right now, I guess. And I'm not doing anything today, so...
Appreciated. I'll try to get him to attach or whatever.
They are definitely
Dangle.
uncomfortable because they have been altered, but they will fit. You'll just need to spend an hour kind of focusing on them, and they will attune.
Okay.
Pietro,
Yep.
before we head out, there was something we wanted to ask.
Oh, I was just coming by to clean out your room. I didn't know you were going to be here.
Well, anyway, we do just want to check. What patron did you pick?
What patron did you pick?
I picked Athreos, just now actually.
Oh.
Pietro.
So... I guess I can tell you now, because... She said it was alright, because you, all know now, and have found out, and Skith told you, so...
Go on.
So... My patron is... I think my patron is Mistra.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
What do you mean you think it is?
Wait, hang on. Yeah, think?
She's very quiet. And I only hear echoes occasionally, but... I think she's also the crystal at the top of the tower.
Which tower?
All right, that checks out then.
Well, the tower that you all took me up repeatedly. And then I may have been exposed to for a bit too long, and I think that might have had an effect and then created a bond. Anyway,
Was
I've
it
still
the
been
Soul
checking in on
Spire
that.
we took,
Yeah, the
Pietro?
Soul Spire.
Yeah, I was approached by a specific portion of Mistra. Interesting. Having the
Wonder
power
if
from a
that was
tower
the same
crystal
one.
isn't too bad
Oh,
an idea.
I guess I can show you the mask that I couldn't show you before.
Rena looks curiously.
Pietro pulls out of a bag a mask, puts it on, and it instantly kind of crystallizes, and you see a crystal kind of exterior that looks exactly like the tower crystals.
Oh.
That is so cool. Where did you get that?
I may have got it in a tower and in the Beast House.
That's
Alright.
awesome.
It takes on a form of the patron of the warlock who wears it. It's why I had to use the hat of disguise when fighting Saravel, because I wasn't allowed to show you it.
Oh, yeah, taking the form of it. That's awkward. Anyone who...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess not that many people know what a tower crystal looks like, so you get away with it in that way, but anyone who does know what a tower crystal looks like, you
Yeah.
absolutely don't want to know that that's your patron.
That was
Yep.
very smart of you.
Thank you.
She pats his head.
Yay.
Like if after, you know, our misadventures in the Soul Spire, we were just walking around and saw someone wearing a mask like that, we'd be like, hold on, what?
Yeah. Also, all the, you know, patrons that could be kind of... The masks really have kind of a set amount of forms, so this one's kind of different, so people might have asked questions as well. Anyway, I have to be careful where I wear it.
Yeah.
Puts it back
I
in
would
the
be
bag.
very careful when you wear it. But it is really cool.
Can I help Because it sounds like you've got a lot of danger going on, and I don't want you to die.
We might need you on call with the book, keeping tabs on Skith and Arena in our respective meetings. If that's possible. we
Pietro
might...
could help Thunder watch over the tree too.
Yeah, we'll need to keep an eye on Skith's tree without making it obvious we're keeping an eye on Skith's tree in case Saravel doesn't know about it, because then Saravel would try and destroy it.
Wait, Skith
It has a
tree?
name now. Willow.
Oh, you mean the tree that he planted? And I was wondering why that grew so fast. Is that the one from the nut?
Yes.
Yes, that is
Right.
my nut tree.
That explains a lot of things, and also is a really strange way to put it.
Its name is Willow.
Right. Can I write the tree's name in the book, do you think?
Maybe.
I thought you were going to suggest carving its
Mhm.
name into it.
I wouldn't carve into it. think it would
Absolutely
like that.
not.
No.
I think it probably has had too much beer too, so be careful about that.
Actually, do you think a carving for a tree is like a tattoo for a person?
Probably more painful, though.
No, it's probably more like
A scar, perhaps.
scarring.
More like flaying a pattern into yourself.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
this is
Let's
sounding
not.
really
Weird
no.
branding. I don't think it would be like tattoo.
Hmm.
Maybe if you just drew on it, that would be more like a tattoo.
Have you tried tattooing a tree? Maybe you can tattoo a tree. I haven't tried.
Arena shrugs.
Or paint it. You can paint it.
Or maybe a magical tattoo. Those are all the rage in some places. They glow in the dark.
That might be dangerous, mixing up different magical effects in one place.
I was just curious. Just a thought.
Suppose we can ask the tree.
Anyway, yes, protect Willow. If my brother pulls some sort of trick and does manage to end my life, it would be nice to have a backup plan in place still.
And we should
Okay.
probably message him periodically, as well as us. But we'll be inside of the inn.
Okay, so I will go and look at the tree and message each of you occasionally.
It's possible Saravel
Gotcha.
puts up blocks to that kind of communication, but knowing that is helpful in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. We'll know you are trying to message us. If it doesn't go through, well, we'll know why.
Okay, I will go and scout the area.
Alright, I suppose we'll need to get to Near-Dearth, except Skith, who's gonna be getting teleported.
Oh, fancy.
Pietro, please.
Anything we need to do before we set off? I do have a little bit of business in Near-Dearth, I think, before the meeting. Alright then.
Arena takes a deep breath.
Good luck, Skith. See you on the other side.
We need
Likewise,
to go
try
to
to
the
be
temple
careful.
really quick. Probably need to make some prayers before whatever happens next.
Alright. I'll meet you at the station.
All right, see you there.
And Arena will hug both of you, hug Pietro, and head off.
Okay. Don't know if the station's going to be fast enough. You'll probably have to go to the Circle Guild. But they did say that your teleportation would be paid for. So Saravel has got that sorted for you.
Alright, so
Yeah,
go
while
build
Arena's
this.
running to the church, I'll just be attuned into the bracers for that hour.
Okay. So, Arena. You head over to the church? House of the
I
Dead?
do.
Okay. It's pretty much mostly repaired by this stage. Some time has gone past, and while there was a bit of an attack and that a little bit of damage was done, it was mostly superficial. Apart from the fact that you know what to look for, the only thing that will be noticeable is that no longer does a very impressive, multifaceted raven of different bits of mirror and glass reflecting different memories dominate the ceiling. Instead, it is carved obsidian. It's still impressive, though. And there does seem to be a slightly lower number of people around in terms of staff. But you walk in, you're greeted, people kind of nod, and it's not exactly the place where people greet you loudly or happily with hugs, but everyone gives you kind of a respectful nod. You're well known around here, and you helped a lot out with the reforming of the place. And out the corner of your eye, on a piece of kind of the edging around the top, you notice a little mechanical raven. Feathers down one side of the body, and on the other side, kind of the open, exposed cogwork stuff. Little bits of metal kind of exposed, one of them kind of twisted, and the eye is kind of just this kind of metallic orb. And it kind of looks at you, and then flies further down the hallway and stops.
Marina will follow it. You see her little legs running towards him.
Okay. Like, then flitters a little bit further down the hallway. And then to the base of the spiral staircase.
Marina will continue chasing it.
It goes up the spiral staircase.
I don't know if I'm supposed to go up there, but here we go.
Marina will follow the spiral staircase.
Okay. You go all the way to the top?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You come to a hatch. You've no sign of the raven. And this hatch is closed, but not bolted or locked.
Is it on the wall or on the ceiling or on the floor?
On the very top, flat.
Of the ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
Did you want me to see this?
And I think... Can I ritual cast? No, can't ritual cast fly, but I think she will try to fly.
You are also a giant snapcam emblem.
Yeah, I'll try to fix that. It's because it crashed.
Okay. You tried to cast fly. You crashed. This doesn't sound like Arena's having a good day. Okay. So you cast fly on yourself.
Yeah.
And you open the hatch.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait till we get the camera back. There we go. And out you come from the hatch. And around you is a sea of black. Thousands of ravens coat the roof of the House of the Dead. And as you come out and they all look at you, from amongst them, one after another, you just about tell these ones are the mechanical ravens, begin to fly out and around. And they form this kind of dense ball of spiraling ravens that flitters round nearby you, streaming occasionally around you and then around this kind of more dense clump of ravens as they make quite a loud sound a lot of ravens flying very close to you, all kind of brushing very close. There's a kind of, it's almost like a strange whistling sound with a kind of chittering background of metal.
Well, aren't you all beautiful? Now, what do you want me to see up here?
And Arena will kind of try to like walk through these ravens to see if there's something here in the midst of all of them fluttering around her.
Oh, Arena.
Does it sound like my grandmother?
Sounds like a voice that you have heard before when it's kind of talked to you as kind of when you've been praying to the Raven Queen or something. You've never spoken to your grandma. She died before you were born.
That's true. Okay.
Raven Queen? Is that you?
No. The matron is not really able to talk to people very often, and not directly.
Then who are you?
To many people, I am many things. You can call me grandmother.
Grandmother?
The flock of ravens pulls apart. And you see a gnome. Not too unlike yourself. Much more toned, slightly taller. Skin a bit more kind of grey. Long, dark grey, kind of almost like silk-like mail. And a huge pair of black wings. Yes. And I'm sorry for scaring you and your fancy man Perrin when you were last in the tower. But you were making a lot of noise.
Sorry. But
Arena will pull out the cup, aka the key.
but you did give this to me. Did you not want me to go there?
Yes. I was hoping you could be a little more subtle about it.
I'm trying to be more subtle now. It was the first time.
Do not worry. I was not exactly the most subtle. Your grandfather, he was the one who was more subtle about things. I mostly punched things in the face until they stopped moving.
I wish I was able to do that. Punching is not really my forte. But if that was you, then maybe you know what happened to C3.5.
Yes. We had to have words with him. He's fine. He went somewhere in the astral plane, and I believe he walked for a while, and then left. I do not know where he is now. No, sorry, it has been a while since they talked to C3.5.
Well, I'm happy that they are alive, but I hope they're not wandering around lost. I haven't heard from them.
Having talked to them, I have a feeling that they are never exactly lost. They are at home wherever they are.
That must be nice.
Hmm.
Sometimes I feel like I'm never home at all.
Your friends are your home, Arena. You do a good job with them.
I'm very worried about them. It's kind of why I came here to pray.
And what would you pray for?
That the Mother of Souls will protect them. Do whatever she can. That's all I can ask for, I suppose. But if our time comes, then I suppose it is time.
If it is time, it is time. But it is admirable to struggle on. It is admirable to fight the fight that you are fighting. Just as it was when we did it.
Do you mean it's still the same battle?
They are different battles, but there is always something the same about every battle, I guess.
Everyone always wants power, or knowledge, or something. I wish that wasn't the case.
We both want knowledge ourselves. I definitely recall certainly wanting to find out how certain things worked when I made that. She gestures
It
to
is
your
really
armor.
cool. Arena spins around.
You wear it very well. Your
Just felt right when I
grandfather
put it on.
definitely suited him. It suits you more, I think, though. My version was a lot more heavy. And
Where
less
is your
nimble.
version?
Probably somewhere very nasty by now.
I was curious about something if we are going to talk about knowledge anyway.
Yes, it is terrible that people want knowledge. Go ahead.
Well, depends on what they do with it, I suppose. I'm just curious. I don't really want to use the knowledge for power or to take over the world. I just want everyone to live happy.
Or use the
safe.
power for good. It is why I took this job. Plus, I could be on this side, closer to you and your father. And my daughter-in-law. Her cooking was very good.
It still is very good. And they're
She
all
has
right.
been wondering where some of those cupcakes disappear every time she cooks. Don't tell her.
Been stealing them.
I would say borrowing.
Borrowing implies that you're going to put them back.
I will one day. I just haven't found a spell for returning cupcakes.
I think she would like that.
So, your question?
Well, I have so many, but what is next? What am I supposed to do? How can I protect my friends? Also, I've been also wondering, do you actually have a sword? Someone said that you did, but I haven't heard. It's been more of a rumor than anything else.
But I have a sword? No, I mostly punch things. This is not my battle garb. If I was to be wearing my battle garb, you would understand. It is mostly big punching gauntlets and big, lots of metal. But for the other one, All you can do is what is put in front of you. You don't choose that. What you choose to do, that is your option.
What if I make the wrong choice?
Then make the right choice when you realize you made the wrong choice.
What if you sign a contract for something that is a wrong choice and then you can't get out of it?
Then I guess don't make the wrong choice again and try to do as little wrong as you can. That is a very philosophical point of view, and to be honest, your grandfather was a lot better with those.
He was very good at that.
Oh, yes, was. Sorry, I forgot your was on this side.
I suppose I could use the word is. I miss you all so much.
Do not worry. There will be time. That
I
is what
think
we fought
Arena's
for.
eyes well up a little bit, but she's like, it's like happy tears.
It is why we fought. We fought so that there could be an afterlife for everyone to go to that is the afterlife that they deserved. Rather than having that dictated by one god. But instead having a god to ensure that it happened. And she has done a good job so far. And
I
we
will do
ensure
whatever
that.
I can to ensure that that continues to happen.
Mhm.
So long as I'm here.
Well, from what I understand, your boy Perrin is also of that opinion, considering he has made some sort of deal with the boatman.
Patrios.
Unusual.
I
Charon
wasn't
now,
expecting that, but
yes.
I'm very reassured that that is the case.
He is a strange fellow.
Very much so.
Were you referring to Charon or to Perrin?
Baron, but probably both of them.
Yes, both. I was going for both as well. Okay. So I just wanted to say good luck. And considering everything, I'm sorry for dragging you into the mess here a month ago. A few months ago now. When you were in the Beast Isles.
I think I was already committed to the situation way before the Beast Isles.
What is the situation?
I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you.
Oh. You must always do what you think is right.
What if
Not
I'm not
right.
sure what is the right decision?
Then, if you will have another chance to make the decision, put it off. I was always a massive fan of procrastination.
I
Unless
have
you
a
can't
long
put
list
it
of
off, in
projects,
which
so
case
I know what that's like.
it is rather embarrassing. But when I died, I had a huge list of projects left. It was really all good.
Arena just kind of swallows a gulp and keeps her thoughts to herself, I think, this one time. I rolled for myself privately was a nat 20.
It's not private, we can see it, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I was told I should ask, but I'm glad you have trusted in your friends. Good.
I'm doing my best to do so. But sometimes they make questionable decisions, but I suppose I do too.
Then I think you are made for each other.
Arena smiles and says,
I think so too.
You wouldn't
Hopefully we
believe
survive
the
whatever is
questionable
next.
decisions that your grandfather made. That, let's just say a certain ranger made who, you know, someone related to them, and, well, even the Raven Queen herself. She made certain interesting choices. Although they were, I guess in hindsight, choices that she made for a reason.
In the end, we always end up where our path wants us to be.
Indeed.
What did you want from me? You brought me here. What is this place?
This is just the roof. Nothing more. What I wanted from you, I guess, to actually meet my granddaughter rather than walking invisibly around Oleona or watching you do your tower run.
Were you those mechanical ravens that were flying around?
No.
Oh,
But I guess I can tell you about them. When we defeated Noel and the matron was wounded, those souls who Noel had shackled to empower himself, prevented from traveling to the afterlives that they should go to. Those, many were damaged, many were hurt. Those that decided to aid us revolted against Nerul as he tried to draw strength from them. Afterwards, those we could save, but we couldn't make whole, became messengers for the Raven Queen. I built them bodies of metal in the image of the Raven, and they go about the world, keeping an eye on things, making sure that souls pass. And of course, many stay here in the hero race, particularly those that are more damaged and cannot get as far, or are less likely to make it home. They are the messengers, and they are the eyes and ears.
that is beautiful. And a little sad. If I see one in the future, I will be very kind to them.
So it is. You are a kind one. But
Time is fleeting on this plane. Plus, your spell does not last forever, and your friends are across town.
I know I must go. But I feel better now.
Even though he worships something else, I will ensure that a modicum of protection is put in place on your friend. All these ravens getting in the way, there are so many of them. But I will give your Skith my blessing.
May the matron bring us to our timely deaths.
May the timely death be far away. But it will come when it comes.
Arena nods and I think she just bows her head and clasps her hands and does like a quiet prayer in her mind and then opens her eyes again.
Your grandmother's not there.
She looks around at all the ravens around her and just smiles.
Your grandfather says hello, by the way.
And I think that smile grows a little bigger with that. And I think she'll stay there and just enjoy the sounds. It's almost like for other people, this might be an annoying sound of these birds fluttering about. But I think for her, it's almost like a semblance of calmness and tranquility. And she'll take as much time as she can before she knows she needs to rush to get to the train.
Okay.
He just wanted some more tears from me.
Oh, yeah.
They were happy ones, though.
Or teleportation circling, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not train. To the teleportation circle.
Does it cost extra?
Okay.
I forget how the pricing works. If I summon thunder before we teleport, are they going to charge me for that?
You know that your teleportation's paid for. So you don't know. You can ask them.
They
I
can
would assume
spring
they're
for
gonna
an
make you pay
extra
for the horse.
steed.
I'll probably be at the Circle Guild waiting for Reen to catch up, and while I'm there, I'm gonna sort out the particulars and be like, what's the circle for? Is it like
Dragon Punch.
okay? Would that include my horse?
Are you Dragon Punch?
Yes.
Right.
Not all of it. I'm waiting for a friend, but also my horse.
Well, I have an object here for Skith, and the rest of the party, it just says the rest of the party has a trip to Near-Dearth paid for by the account of House Uldroth, Great House Arcanus of the Ashes Entropy. So, I guess, the rest of your party, yes.
Alright, well, soon the rest will be here.
Very well.
Alright. And I'm gonna head back out.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Do you summon?
thunder outside while waiting for Arena.
Okay.
Poor Thunder.
As if cantering in from a large distance, you vaguely see water behind Thunder. And as Thunder crashes in right in front of you into reality, a little splash of water follows. Perrin! You do not intend to put me on a boat again, do you?
No, we're staying very much on dry land today.
This is not a land, it's in an island, is it? Not
No,
a small
this is
island.
mainland. This is the largest
Main.
landmass in the world, in fact.
And there are no clowns evolved.
No clowns.
No clowns and no water.
We are going to be teleporting, if that's at all a problem, but we will be teleporting to another
Teleporting
portion
underwater again, you will not send me
of
to
the
the
mainland.
deep.
We're staying on the mainland.
You guarantee you'll be sending me to land where there are no
I'll
clowns
be with you.
either.
We'll be going together. I'm sorry about what happened in the tower. You displayed incredible bravery considering how much of a...
I was electrocuted to death in the water by clowns, Perrin.
Yes. You were very much out of your element, but I appreciate that you fought nonetheless. Hopefully at some point soon we'll have just a straight up open field charging into battle kind of fight for you.
I would very much like one of them, Perrin. We, our horses, are capable of swimming, but not in the ocean. Also, not of fighting on board your ships. They are awfully small and cramped and full of clowns, Perrin. Way too many clowns.
We have no upcoming plans for anything involving boats or the ocean or any bodies of water at all, in fact.
What about clowns?
No clowns.
No clowns. Very well. I'm here to serve you, Perrin.
Thank you for being with us. I was slightly worried that maybe you wouldn't allow yourself to be summoned or something.
It did not cross my mind.
I appreciate
Strangely.
it. Arena will be with us soon. We'll be heading to Near-Dearth, where we are going to be having a meeting with an extremely powerful being that I think may want to kill us, but may not attempt to do so today. It may be a fight, it may be a conversation. We're going to find out.
You mean we will be going up against a stronger adversary?
Indeed.
And we will be faced with insurmountable odds that we will have to overcome.
Absolutely.
And there will be no clowns.
No clowns. Absolutely.
I am in.
Excellent.
Pietro walks up.
Hi. Clowns? Should I not ask?
It was tower things.
Pietro can hear your side of the conversation, right?
I suppose I'm talking out loud, yeah.
Yeah.
There was some incidents with clowns. Just, make sure clowns don't get anywhere near Thunder.
Okay.
He's had more than a lifetime's worth.
Right, no kids' birthday parties then.
No kids' birthday parties, Perrin.
I'll make sure of it.
Skith, at this point, is done with his very awkward gauntlet attuning, and Arena flies in, escorted by what looks like an entire murder of ravens.
Oh. That's quite an entrance.
Arena smiles.
I had a good talk.
Alright, excellent. When we get to Near-Dearth, I've got a couple of things that I need to quickly get sorted out. I'm gonna see about getting us some insurance.
Assurance on what?
For the
That's-
bar?
If anything goes wrong with our meetings, at the very least the one in Near-Dearth should work out fine for us. We all ready?
Why are you always so vague, Perrin?
Because if it doesn't work, I don't want to be embarrassed.
At least he's honest. All right, well, I'm ready. I've got my bracers back. They're rather uncomfortable, but I think I'm as ready as I'm going to be.
Plus the magic rod of the Saravel you killed.
Yeah.
I'm ready, but it's more because I have all of you.
The ravens that have escorted Arena swirl around Skith
What's happening?
for about 10 seconds, just fluttering around you, squawking, cawing, and then 10 of them up into the sky and then off.
Probably a good thing.
A blessing from the Raven Queen.
Well, you can always use more blessings.
You got a spell on you though.
Is it
You see a spell?
is it a good spell?
It's let me check. I should be able to tell you what school it is. It's an abjuration one.
The perfect school for a situation like this.
That's all I can tell.
Alright. Good luck, Skith.
Likewise, don't let him get our bar. We worked very hard on that. Kind of.
I'll do my best.
It'll be okay. So long as you make the right decisions. 'Cause that is also involved in the process. But may the Shadow Queen guide your eyes. And the Raven show you the right path.
You better have my favorite type of fish.
Perrin's gonna head to the circle.
Arena will as well.
I will as well, Perrin.
And you have my mask.
Okay, so a half-elf, a gnome, a horse, and a sentient pangolin enter a magic circle.
Corvid is with you.
And Corvid as well, and a robot raven. And you come out at Near-Dearth. Already paid for, you know the protocol already, so you come out in the city that you are already well familiar with.
Ooh, I also have Uwak. It's back.
Oh, you have it work today. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I've got a couple quick errands and then I'll meet you at the inn.
Arena will go check up on the inn because there's probably some administration stuff she needs to be doing.
Oh yeah, clear the place. We close it for the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, I'll probably.
Or not, that's a power
Close
move
it.
in and of itself. Too risky. Close it.
Yeah, I think she'll deal with that part.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna get on Thunder and thunder off.
Where to, Perrin?
Perrin is first going to head.
Wait, we need epic music for this, Perrin. We need...
I imagine Thunder just like singing the song.
Perrin. Shall we get the flamer, Perrin? The heavy flamer.
We won't be needing that today, but what we do need
Where do we go, Perrin?
to the palace.
To the Wait, what? Don't you hate them, Perrin?
Bigger things, bigger problems.
Okay, Perrin. We will head to the palace, Perrin.
Arena, you run into the inn. It's coming up to lunchtime. People are coming in for lunch. How are you gonna get people out of there?
I think Arena goes to the staff and is like,
All right, we have a change of plan for today's schedule. We'll still pay you, but we need to get all the patrons out, and we will not be having services until dinner tonight.
Okay, sure. We'll have to move everyone out. It might be a bit grumpy, whatever. I mean, do we have to refund them? We have to refund them, don't we? Because some of them have already paid for food, but he's got it in the back. Okay, we'll get rid of them.
All right. And then Arena will go. She just hopes they all do what they need to do.
13. Slowly clears them out. This goes fine.
And then she'll go back into the little office area and try to wrap up some paperwork.
You see Pietro standing next to the tree, keeping an eye on it.
Wave. And I think in Pietro's head, she's just like,
Hi, just trying to wrap up some things before you know what happens.
Oh, have you got the Psy Crystal?
yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. Meanwhile, Skith. As they head into the magic circle. So that was Dragon Punch. Are you Skith? Dragonborn Skith Blue Scale? Is this? Are you a Skith?
Don't you have eyes?
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
Yes.
Don't I look blue? Whatever, that's me.
There are plenty. Okay. Right. Yes. In which case,
I'm like looking around when he says there are plenty. Like where?
down the end of the street, you do see a blue tiefling. It's not a lot, but there are a couple. Pulls out of a little pouch, a pearl, walks into what is effectively kind of just a room. It's just kind of like a broom closet, but slightly bigger. And then throws it at the other end, and a little portal appears, about person-sized. That, I believe, is your transit to wherever you're going. I wasn't given details.
Maybe I should have gone first so the others could have seen the portal. Regardless, all right, thank you. He'll head towards the portal and unwittingly trust it.
Okay. Let me see if I have some... No, I don't want that one. Nope, that one's not good. I can't find the one I want. Damn it. Okay. Skith. You come out the other side. Suddenly it's a lot muggier and warmer. Going from what is effectively done like late spring in the Dead Cities, which is pretty much Siberia, to kind of a southern tropical zone on the edge of the sea, is a sudden difference that is so extreme it kind of pops your ears and suddenly kind of breaks you out in a bit of a sweat. Scales, sweat, not sure that happens. But anyway, regardless. You can see around you kind of lavish stonework. Very fine wood that is kind of very pale, along with a lot of rich tapestries and even some metalwork, which has definitely kind of stepped up a notch. It's slightly more complicated and slightly richer and slightly more prevalent than it used to be, say, when you were last in the Ishir's Entropy. You are kind of maybe 2 floors up on a kind of veranda terrace with a kind of railing at the edge, made out of what appears to be kind of like a scroll sandstone, looking over a very wide beach area, a very fine kind of white sand, few palm trees. There's a couple of Dragonborn patrolling around there with some form of kind of like draconic lizard plodding along beside them, kind of fulfilling the role of guard dog, but a lot bigger and definitely a lot chunkier and scarier. Skith of House Ultra, formerly. There's a off to the side, kind of very pale blue dragonborn in a kind of high-tailored collar.
Yes, I have arrived.
Yes. Is that what you'll be wearing, or do you need to change?
I do have my own fine clothing.
Maybe it would be best if we found you a place to get changed then. If you wouldn't mind following me.
Of course.
Leads you in, and you can kind of see that this is a pretty small dwelling by the standards of what you would normally expect of your family or your house. Inside, there are maybe a couple of large rooms off to the side, all of which are very, very large kind of windows, double doors, kind of all open at the moment to let air in. There's a big kind of spiral staircase in the center, and you're led off down the spiral staircase into kind of one alcove, which is still a pretty huge room, which has kind of this big tub that has already been filled with water. There's soap nearby. There's a kind of big screen. There's 3 attendants, one of which has a big fluffy towel kind of over one arm. There's one of which has like a couple of scrubbing brushes in a little kind of caddy. And the other one is carrying a number of little bottles and a little razor blade and shaving kit. If you would need any assistance, some of these servants will be happy to help you.
It's been a while since I've had servants offered. Sure.
Perfect. You will have to disrobe and get into the tub.
Looking around, is anybody wearing the weird amulets that I'm supposed to be looking for? The servants or the pale blue?
Perception check. They're not exposed.
Hey, perception. I need my glasses. How sad is that? There it is. $14.
The 3 servants aren't. The one who greeted you, yes.
Okay.
You can see kind of like a very fine silver chain, and then just kind of where the high buttoned kind of comes down, there's a little gap as it kind of pulls to one side as he speaks, and you can see that there is kind of a kind of clearish kind of gem and then kind of a silver around.
Okay. I'll just have a bath, then start getting fancied up for my meeting.
Okay. You get thoroughly fancied up. And when you get out the bath, They give you your freshly cleaned, fine clothing. And the rest of your stuff has been taken away to being cleaned and laundered.
What about my cloak? I wouldn't want that taken away at the very least. If I saw them
your cloak
taking my
probably
things,
wouldn't
Base with
allow
it next to
itself
him.
to be. Yeah, so your cloak is fine.
okay. The rest, that's fine. But
Okay.
I just want to be able to detect magic on myself as well,
Okay.
or just in general.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. It's a fancy cloak. It'll fit in with my fine clothes.
Very well. If you're ready, or as ready as you can be, given everything, do you need anything extra?
I think I'll be all right, although I couldn't help but admire your silver chain there.
Yes, my amulet of Arcanis.
It's a house heirloom, perhaps.
No, quite the contrary. For admission into the House Arcanis these days, you are awarded with such an item.
Ah, I see. Perhaps I could have a quick glance at it, just from here, not asking you to take it off or anything. I'm just curious. It's been a long time since I've been home.
Make a persuasion
Such
check.
customs are Okay, let's see. Persuasion, there it is. It's P. 16.
I'm sure you will have many things to discuss and answers with Lord Saravel. Should you have any further questions, I'm sure he will direct me to serve and help in a way he sees fit. Now, if you will follow me.
I'm just checking real quick to make sure that legend lore, that takes time to cast, right? It's not instant.
I think it's a 10-minute.
Yeah, I think it's a time thing. All right. If it's not instant, then I'll just follow.
Okay. So... No, that's not the right one. Let's see. Here we go. So, you are led out of the front of the building, down all the way to the edge of the sea, where along one edge, a little terrace has been kind of built up with the water kind of lapping against it. And there's a small square table that's been placed there, along with 2 chairs. This is probably a good 30 meters from any building. If you would sit, Lord Saravel will be with you shortly.
All right, thank you. Have a seat and wait. On high alert with my perception.
just in case, which fish are you particularly fond of today?
Just name a fish. Do you have any swordfish?
Well, of course.
Well, that'll be fine.
Fine.
That would be lovely.
Very well. Swordfish it is. Turns, walks away. Really, brother? Swordfish?
I felt it would be suitable, considering the arrangement.
What is it to be swordfish at midday?
Well, it's not something I have access to very often.
Well, in which case, I have an offer for you. Saravel sits down. You did not notice him approach. Not quite he was invisible, just he suddenly comes to your attention as he sits down. It's the same Saravel you fought at the Beast Isles. Maybe slightly bigger, maybe slightly, I don't know, better looking. Or maybe that's just the fact that he's better manicured and, you know, he's not in, you know, a war zone. But this one is very much in kind of a silk doublet. He's carrying 2 staffs.
And are you here yourself this time, actually?
Sorry, he's carrying 1 staff, and it is a staff you recognize because it's got a small spinning black hole at the end. Of course I am. Who else do you think would be here?
Well, the last time it was just some cheap copy.
Hardly cheap. A lot of money went into that. And I'm pretty sure that cheap copy would definitely have a disagreement with you over that.
Yes, well, if only it could still speak to disagree.
True. It was very impressive of you.
And how have you been, brother? Quite busy, I've heard.
Quite busy indeed. Consolidating power under House Sarcanus. Fixing the errors of our parents. Plenty of work to be done. But I have to say, I did misestimate you.
You would not be the first to do so, or perhaps you were. Looking back.
Perhaps. Maybe. Although I'm pretty sure that our parents were the first. They were the ones who, when you came out a sorcerer, not to say everyone didn't think that, it was the orthodox thinking at the time. We were,
Yes, quite a mystery.
well, we were setting our ways as a family, weren't we?
Were. Still are.
Were?
Set in your ways now.
Well, I consider my way to be a bit more progressive. Magic.
You can't
Magic.
expect me to believe that this is all solely your doing. Who is it that sponsors you? Clearly some other being of great power. Tiamat, perhaps. Or another.
I'm sure that Tiamat, Asmodeus, all the devilish lords of the Nine Hells look kindly upon the work I've done here. But I do think you were incorrectly reviled. Oh, there's plenty of reasons to hate you, don't get me wrong. But you are merely a sorcerer. That doesn't mean you're worse or less of any reason. Sorcerers have a use, as do wizards. And warlocks. And there is a purpose for each. Like I said.
So that is why you've called me here? To try and extract some purpose from me?
No. I called you here because you proved yourself. I made a mistake. I am happy to admit that. Any way you can improve, the only way you can learn is by admitting your mistakes. That's how you learn. I made a mistake. I underestimated you. And then you proved it to me in a very painful and very frustrating and annoying way. You removed one of my doubles. But you showed me I was wrong, and for that, I thank you. I underestimated you. And I put too much
Then
stock
what is
in
it
that
you
one.
want?
I
We're
want
not
to
here
offer
just to
you-
celebrate myself.
Well, maybe just a little bit, but no. I want to offer you absolution. I guess if I was to talk in more religious terms, I want to offer you back in.
You wish to extract a commitment from me when I'm not even sure what or who you've committed to yourself.
I
Just
am committed
blindly
to your sheer
serve.
sanctity.
So this is
And-
all for the good of the satrapy.
Oh God. Gods, no. It's the good of me. Who do you think I am? Well, I'll be honest about it. But you can be useful to me, and that can be of use to you. You are interesting. Your friends are, well, not Dragonborn themselves. Interesting. I offer you redemption. You can come back. Be absolved. I will personally vouch that all the crimes placed upon your head were false accusations. I will personally vouch for your innocence. I will state you
as a guest lecturer at Arcanus University, so that sorcerers can maybe give more emphasis, show more of their potential. Your friends are welcome to attend. I know how much stock you place in them. And since you well know that I hold the value of strength, I believe you have earned this.
He tosses the staff, catches the end just down from the head, and hands you the haft.
Is it like the one that they just took from me, though? Or
Yep.
is it just a copy, or...
It could be a copy. It looks like it, though. The black hole's still spinning at the top. Could be a copy, though.
Is this not the one that they just confiscated from me before?
Yep.
You offer me something I've already had.
Well, it was stolen from me, but put it this way.
I found it on an inanimate object.
Everything's an inanimate object once you kill it.
Exactly.
One of my staff found it on a floor.
Did they now?
Yes.
And what strings are attached to this offer?
The string is, don't badmouth me, and I won't badmouth you. Consider this, you proved yourself more powerful than I thought, and dare I say, maybe more competent. You can be useful to me, and I can be of assistance to you. We can both help each other.
Perhaps I could be swayed with more information. For example, what exactly is your involvement with the Hellspire?
My involvement with the Hellspire.
I've heard rumors of some sort of strange manipulation, perhaps, going on.
All these other countries, powers, entities, they are jealous of what we have created, and they are afraid of what we will become. With you by my side, brother, they will not last long. The Lamaran Empire is about the only thing in this world that could possibly stand against us. And I know how much that Empress has been courting you and your companions, particularly Perrin Veldorel. And considering that, consider this my counter-offer. The Lamaran Empire and the Ascension Entropy cannot exist in the same world for long. There will be a day of reckoning. When that day comes, I would like you by my side. I would like your team by my side. And I will need someone to look after some of that land. Maybe then you can have some untoward influence on a tower of your own. Sweeten the pot, then. Take me up on my offer. You and your group may enter the Hellspire on my coin.
And I will make sure that first trip is expedited.
Unfortunately, I do not speak for my other party members. If you wish to bring them to your side as well,
I'm
you would
discussing
have
it
to
with
get
them
them to
already.
agree. Yes, of course.
What say you?
Mm-mm.
And at this point, we flip over to the other side and flip back about 10 minutes. Actually,
needs
more than
more
that,
than
because we
10
need to go back for more Perrin.
Perrin, yeah, Perrin's got a couple
So-
things he's got to
Yeah, because
handle
Perrin's
first.
doing another thing. Yeah.
Okay, in which case, we'll take a break.
That's what I was gonna say.
Then we'll do
I
Perrin
gotta pee
stuff.
so bad.
I
We'll
need
be
to pee
back in
too.
8
that's
minutes.
Grab your snacks.
why. Snakes. We need some popcorn. We're still alive.
Meanwhile, many thousand miles north and about like an hour ago, Perrin rides up to the gates of the Palace of the Lord of the Lakes. And a
Perrin
bunch
will
of the
go-
Marine Legionary are like,
Yeah, Perrin will go up to like whatever point you're stopped. Like not as if he's just gonna approach. If he's meant to have got off his horse by this point, he does. Like however the
yeah,
structure
I imagine
works
it's like
leading up.
those military checkpoints you get as you're actually approaching a military base, where it's like, okay, if you're on your horse, they try and stop you really fucking soon because you might charge them, but you get off your horse and walk up, and they're like, okay, this is fine. So you get off your horse, you kind of walk up to them, and they're like, can I help you out?
I am Perrin Velderel of Dragon Punch,
I recognize you.
and I would like to send a message somewhat urgently to the Lioness if possible.
Okay. Let me get... I'm gonna have to go above the... I'm gonna have to go several... Can you wait here?
Yes.
She turns away. A couple of the others kind of come close and just kind of stand with you. No one asks for an autograph because you don't have enough fan power, but like... About 10 minutes goes by. And then a kind of grizzled looking individual, got a couple of like scars that you can see just kind of poking out the edge of the gorge, just out of there, comes out. Right. I'm a bit confused why you want to give a message over to the Lioness and just walking up to the palace. Can I help you?
I didn't have another avenue of communication to hand, but I do want to get a
she
message.
probably doesn't want you giving her a message.
I think she'll want to hear this one. Ideally, it would need to get to her within the hour. I can provide a written one, or if necessary, a spoken one.
Okay. Let me just check. I've got some names around here. There we go. I'm Major Thaxus. Might be the last patron nameless name we use. Give me the message. I'll pass it on to the Lady of the Lakes. If they think it worthwhile, it'll go on to the Lioness.
Very well. Should I speak it here?
Perrin, I don't like the look of this one. We can charge him. This is an open area, Perrin.
Telepathically to Thunder.
Yeah.
It's fine. Hold.
Okay. Right, follow me. Somewhere more private then. Leads you in, goes for a few separate kind of smaller rooms where you are removed of your hammer, if that is okay.
I'll have to put it down myself. Do they gesture for somewhere for me to put
No, they
the hammer?
gesture for you to hand it to them. Do you hand it to them?
Break their arm real quick.
Just show me where to place it. I wouldn't advise you holding it.
They just gesture to the corner.
I will put the hammer down in the corner.
Okay, and then like as they're going through the rest of your kit, you do see one of them just go over and go. They look at you like, what the fuck? Okay, and then you go on a few, places further. All right, what's the message?
The message is that within the hour, what we believe to be a clone of Saravel will be present for a meeting in, I said the name of the inn, I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Come with me.
I told you.
Nope. That's enough. All right, come with me. Walk through the doors. Lord, I am having my lunch before I have to listen to more petitioners. Is there anything particularly important that I need to... yes. Perrin Velderel believes that Saravel Arcanis may be in the city shortly. Send him in.
I'll walk in and give
Speak.
a respectful nod. We believe his intentions are not hostile. He intends to speak with my team. But there is a possibility that it is some kind of trap, and if so, it would be nice to have some backup. You can say to the Lioness that I thought it best to give her warning for the sake of stability.
You are ordering me to send a message on your behalf?
I assume you want to anyway.
Would you like to rephrase that?
Perhaps the best I simply not speak.
If the information you bring is valid, then it is useful you speak, but certain phrasing is possibly something you aren't used to. I am aware of your background, so I understand that courtly manners are maybe not your forte, but...
I was a farm boy.
Yes, amongst other things. Nonetheless, I will be sending that message. Saravel is no match for me. Not in the right way that I would like. So, yes, I will be sending a message. What inn?
I'll name the inn and probably also the street. It's a new inn. Can't remember what we called
Have you
it.
not named the inn yet?
Did we name the inn?
I thought it was it Dragon's Inn? Or what did we come up with? We had a couple of different names.
I believe. Oh my gosh, now I'm like.
It was Dragon's something.
Dragon's End. So it's like dragons
Yeah.
and then INN apostrophe D. Dragon's End.
Dragon's Inn.
Yeah.
It is a little forgettable. I can see how you, yes.
It's new.
Well, I have heard of it. It's the one that a tree appeared in overnight.
Yes.
How did you manage to import a tree that large without anyone noticing? You don't have a druid in the team anymore.
It wasn't my work.
Nonetheless, I'll be sending that message. I am
Thank
not a
you.
messenger, though. Do not treat me as such.
It was an emergency.
I am not a messenger, though, and do not treat me as such. Please reattempt.
My apologies.
That will do. Thank you for your information. You're a loyal servant of the Marin Empire. I will make sure that your inn is well looked after and what have you if this pans out. I'm sure that... Look, I'm sure the Empress, who has her eye on you for some very bizarre reason that I am not aware of, but I'm sure you are, will give me very specific orders regarding you that, yet again, I don't know, but I'm sure you do. Do you wish to enlighten me about those?
It's complicated.
I'll take that as a no. But it was tactfully put at least, so you are improving.
I won't darken your hall any longer than I need to.
Even more tactfully put, you are a fast learner. That explains at least a few things. Feel free, Major. Lord.
Nod, turn, leave.
You're taken out. They take you to the hammer, which is sitting in the corner. You can see a few of them are like red faced, like.
Internally, after that meeting's parents are like, ugh. I hate this. But he gets back to the hammer and he just walks up, picks it up. There's a little like chuck spin in his hand. It's an understated one. It's not like a throw handle overhead. It's like a spin in the hand kind of thing. Just a little bit of a, you know.
There's a
show off
very
little bit.
faint sound of like rattling chains as you do that.
The fun part about it is the hammer doesn't become like, you know, infinitely heavy. It becomes the weight of 100 hammers, which means that someone could try and pull it and they might just make it move a tiny bit.
Oh yeah.
So then they're like, it's not locked in place. It's just that heavy. And he's lifting it.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Perrin's gonna head out.
Also, if you like tied a bunch of horses to it, like you would drag it. Like it's not just it's stuck in place. It would be dragged. It's just really heavy. You make it back to the inn.
And there's one more thing.
Okay, one more thing. Where'd you go?
Perrin rides to the temple. When he gets there, he gets to like the outside, like, you know, he gets to, you know, I imagine there's some big square that it's, you know, in.
Yep.
And like he gets there and he kind of looks up at it and he kind of thinks for a minute. No. If it's about
No?
symbols,
I thought you liked temples, Perrin.
not this one. This won't do. I've got somewhere else in mind.
Very well.
Turn and head away. And across the city is going to stop at the entrance to some gardens. Is going to hop off of Thunder and say, afraid I've got to do this alone. Warn me if anyone shows up untowards. Unlikely, but
You mean anyone untoward shows up, or they show up in an untoward manner, Perrin?
Either way will work. Anyone unusual. I wouldn't expect it, but I did just send a message to the Lioness. There's a small risk.
Very well. There is something untoward about this place, but I cannot put my hoof on it.
I think it's the good kind.
I believe so. Nonetheless, I will stand guard.
Be back shortly. And walks into the gardens and goes over to a particular tree.
Yep. You go over to a tree. It's beginning to get kind of new growth. Little budding leaves are kind of beginning to come out, and you just about make out kind of a face somewhere in the bough of the tree. The Gatton tree is still there. A Gatton tree.
Stayed away from this place for a long time because I was worried about drawing the eyes of the wrong kind of people. I understand now what it is you're dealing with. And how I made it worse. But hopefully you're still out there, because if you're not, we're in serious trouble. Perrin reaches into his coat and he pulls a small object out and holds it in his palm. It's a vertebrae. It's from the neck of Masha. I held on to this for a long time because I hope maybe some kind of good could come of it. First times I met Masha, I had no idea what I was dealing with. Nobody did. And it was only after she stopped trying to taunt me in my dreams, or maybe change my mind, bring me to her side, that I actually understood, to some degree, what she went through. This tower system, it chewed her up and spat her out. It took her family from her. And her despair and her rage were turned towards evil. They were made into a weapon. She became an instrument of him and what he wanted to achieve. I wanted to give her a chance to be free of that. To be with the family that she had left instead of being driven to seek destruction of everything because of what it had done to her. But she was set in her aims. She made sure she died. And then I held on to this because I hoped that maybe somehow she could be resurrected, so that she could have another chance. But I know now what we face. I have to accept that she's not just dead. She doesn't exist anymore. There's nothing to bring back. She burned herself to bring him closer to his goals. It's too late. That's what we're facing. Absolute destruction. He's going to kneel down and just with, I'm sure he's got some kind of digging tools from his archaeologist days. He just digs a little hole at the base of this tree and just places it in there, and then covers it up and tries to kind of, put the turf back over, hide it. I have to accept that it's too late to fight for what was lost, and instead fight for what still stands. That means forgetting about my own pain and instead fighting for what's right. And I have to make sure that I am nobody's instrument. I've been manipulated too much by people who themselves are manipulated. No more vengeance. And then Perrin pulls out the short sword that back at the last house he ruined when he tried to cut through the seal of presumably Tharisden, and it just sliced it off like to the atom, I imagine, and just left it with no tip of the sword. And he jabs it down into the ground at the foot of the tree, a sword pointed down, the symbol of a god, and he kneels before it and says, "I will fight for justice, Iomedae." For the justice I hope to see in the world, because we must fight for it to be made. We cannot simply fight to take out the rage that our losses bring us, but instead fight so that no more losses take place. I don't know if my idea of justice is right, is perfect. It probably isn't. But maybe it's enough. I will stand with you.
There's a momentary flash, and you appear in just a white room. Standing in front of you is a woman, short black hair, steel plate mail, kind of short nose and features. I was hoping you would make this choice. But you do realize that sometimes when you choose to enact justice, it is not always your justice you must enact, and sometimes you must withhold your vengeance because it is not justice. You understand this difference, Perrin Valderel?
I hope so.
When one dies in my service, do you know what happens?
Does Perrin know what happens?
Make a religion roll. You vaguely know that if there are any objections or any possibility of that person not being maybe a true follower or believer or anything, then a trial is held.
I understand there may be a trial.
Then you understand where you are headed. If you follow my path, you instantly see crystal clear, as if you're living it again, not a memory. A guard on a dock, spotting people attacking a ship who would unleash a zombie horde upon Near-Dearth, causing hundreds of deaths. Without hesitation, you draw a sword and swing it through them. The shadow blade, not drawing blood, but nonetheless, the guard dropping dead instantly. And you're back to the room.
If I am already doomed, so be it.
And you would still walk this path of justice regardless.
All my life I sought vengeance. Then I met vengeance. I realized maybe there was something better.
I like to think so. She puts a hand on your shoulder. We do not do these things because of the rewards we will be given. We do them because they are just. We do them because they are right. And no, this will make no difference when you come to these halls and you stand accused of your crimes. But your deeds will stand in mitigation, for we must all face up to what we've done eventually. Do you still wish to walk this path?
Yes.
It is not a test. I will not absolve you.
I will fight for what I believe in. I hope that in the end what I fight for was the right thing.
And I'm most glad to have you fight for me, Perrin Valzarel. A certain dragon speaks very well of you.
Glad to hear it.
If you do well in my service, maybe even I will speak in mitigation for you. But I have much to do. Thank you for finding your way out from the dark. It's hard to find your way back from dark places.
I hope I don't stumble. I'm not sure how much further there is to go.
Until the end. You're back in front of the tree.
Perrin stands up and he walks away. He leaves the sword in the ground and the vertebrae in front of the tree. He gets back to Thunder and says, I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. Just as the last people are being kicked out of the inn, and Arena's wondering where Perrin is. The horse. Thunder just. Cobblestones. Bounce, 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 bounce as the hooves clip one after the other. Sparks going up in a shower. The thunder comes to a halt. Perrin, I'm here!
Alright. We'll have to meet inside. Best place for you would be to guard the tree at the back. If things go south, that will be a target.
Perrin,
Yes.
he's already here, Perrin. Arena right behind you.
I think right before that, Arena's like looking at Corvid Bot going,
I wonder where Perrin is. I swear he said to meet him here.
The timelines collide. Behind you, Perrin. And next to Arena.
Well, this is a quaint little place. Ah, Arena. Lovely to meet you. And Perrin Veldral. So,
dismount.
what are we having?
Did you keep the staff, Arena?
yeah, if I can.
Okay, yeah, the staff are around. A lot of them are like, who's this dude? Because we have no knowledge of politics.
Oh no, the staff for the food. I think that I told them all to go, but we probably would have had them complete the meal first and then leave. I did tell them they would come back for dinner to do dinner, but we were closing for the lunch time frame.
Okay.
And that they would still get paid for the full day.
All right, so the food's like ready to be kind of served. It's like in the oven. The oven's kind of just off, but kind of still warm. So it's
Keeping
kept warm.
it
So
warm,
it's,
yeah.
it's ready to just be kind of served up kind of thing in the kitchen.
So,
I guess we probably would have asked Skith what his brother likes eating.
It's just a clone. Who cares?
That is what he would have said.
Okay. Arena just makes what Skith's favorite meal is.
Tilapia.
Really? That's the fish you're gonna pick?
I don't know.
Just make some
It's
some,
buttery.
fried tilapia with a little lemon and dill sauce.
I don't like fish in real life, so I don't know what's good or fancy.
Okay. I love.
interesting.
We weren't sure what your favorite thing was to eat, so we just made Skith's favorite meal.
Of course.
He walks forward, staff clicking against the ground.
Have I seen this staff before? Do I recognize it?
You do not. You have never seen the staff before. It is...
Even in history books or anything like that?
Make a history check. Actually, no. This would be an Arcana check.
Ooh, well.
I'm even
Specifically,
better at that.
you are even better at that.
I have a 12 to that.
Because it's knowledge of a
My
magical
default.
item. So,
All right, here we go. Will the dice work? 31. Not a nat 20 or anything like that.
it would have been a nat 20 if it was 32.
Yeah, I know. It was close. It was very
31.
close.
Like, that's like a godly level of knowledge. Okay, no. You have no knowledge of this staff. And you are certain that you should know. If this was ever an item that was created, you would probably know about it.
Interesting.
This staff is not an artifact of any kind. This staff must have been created. With a 31, you have heard rumors. Along with the rumors of the new kind of graviturge and chronothurgy magic coming out of the Ashir satrapy. You have heard that Saravel is an expert wielder of these two types of magic. And that, along with that, he has two staffs. One specifically for graviturgy, and one for chronoturgy. I'll say you probably heard that and looked into it in the last few weeks after you found out about these magics.
Okay. I think I just say, in my mind, say to Perrin in his mind.
But That staff is something that he's created, or someone has.
Perrin won't react. He'll just take his seat at the table, I suppose.
And he's much better at that than me. Arena will go to the back to grab the food from the oven. So Perrin and him will have a moment alone while she grabs that. But Corvidbot will stay like kind of by the door watching, like observing in the corner.
So. Perrin Velderel. Have you picked a new patron yet?
So you don't know?
Contrary to popular belief, I'm not some omniscient evil entity. I'm merely a politician.
Same thing.
Well, I'm afraid we're not politicians ourselves if you're hoping to negotiate alliances or peace or anything like that. It's not our authority.
No. I'm mostly here to make you and my brother feel more secure about him visiting the sanctuary.
Considering your propensity for using clones, doesn't give much assurance.
Oh no. One of us is a clone. And?
There can be as many of you as you like, I
Good.
imagine.
Well, there are limits on it, but you are correct. Neither of us could be a clone. Sorry, neither of us could be the real one. Both of us could be a clone. There are limits, however.
Does the
You
real
do
one
need a certain spell slot to cast said spell, and when you cast said spell, you don't have that spell slot. So eventually,
Does the real one know he's the real one?
it's not a philosophical puzzle, dear boy. Yes.
Just curious. This kind of magic is beyond me.
I know. You're a warlock and a paladin. You don't have an expertise in more potent magic. But you're a very potent combination yourself. Something my predecessors never really held in the esteem they should have.
And that's right, they should have.
Arena kind of slides the plates over.
Speaking of which,
Everyone.
artifices was something people still underestimate.
I've heard you've been trying to formulate a lot of friendships with other artificers.
Yes. We consider it opening up of certain rigid mindsets and cross-border pollination of concepts but yes, being able to have the expertise of many artificers has been a boon to the Ashir Satrapy.
Oh, is
I'm
that
sure it
Everyone
has been.
wins.
was that your new policy? The promotion of downtrodden marks and multi-mark rights?
Something like that.
Do you mind if we cut a little to the chase? What is it that you want?
Well, I haven't got to the point yet, I guess. But
Yet. Not at all.
I mean other me.
Oh. Well, Skith does like to talk a lot.
He does. Very well. Skith was underestimated by everyone, including me. A point I made to Skith, and a point I'll make to you as well, is that you learn from your mistakes. Something I'm sure you're aware of, and I'm sure Arena is, especially being someone who, well, your class benefits greatly from learning. And every mistake is a learning opportunity, isn't it? And I made a mistake.
Well, the first part is admitting you made a mistake.
Exactly. Don't admit it, make the same mistake again. First you admit it, then you rectify it. Consider
How do you
this...
plan to rectify?
Exactly. It makes a change to be talking to the smart group.
Skith is very smart.
Skith is
Remember
still
that.
catching up to this point.
So maybe he likes to take a little wander around before he gets to cut the chase.
And he wants
He's
to catch up
enjoying the
with his
swordfish too much, I imagine.
wants to catch up with his long lost brother after so many years accused of murder.
And not having seen his family and friends and his whole lands that he grew up in, I imagine there's a ton of things to talk about.
Skith had no friends. I am
That's
his
okay.
only family.
Because you murdered them.
Well, allegedly.
Arena rolls her eyes. Arena's not the talking person. And she's mad right now.
So, as you say, made a mistake, rectifying it. Skith's proved himself. I could be mad, I could be angry, I could take it out, I could retaliate, but what would be the point? That would just be more destruction. I like to be constructive. I lost a
So you've
clone.
learned not to throw a tantrum.
No, I never threw a tantrum. That's how I got to
Oh,
where
I
I
think
am.
you did.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we knew each other when I was younger.
Arena smiles.
Anyway. I lost a clone. Very valuable, very useful, etc.
You
So
tried to
instead-
murder us.
No,
And that's
I
all you
tried
care
to-
about is your clone?
I tried to enact a perfectly legal military action against a rogue faction of the Entropy. You happen to be allied to it. Your
You know
problem,
how
not
many
mine.
people died because of that?
No, and I don't care to.
Hundreds. Hundreds of souls.
They took on a rogue military action not sanctioned by the Council. They risked starting a war with a foreign nation that hadn't been agreed to. And yet, you make me out to be the bad guy on this one. Don't get me wrong, you can make me out to be the bad guy in many situations. But this one? Take another look in the mirror. I want to come to an agreement to end this and be constructive. There's no point continuing bloodshed. Instead, Skith has proven himself, and equally, I guess so have you. More precisely, I don't really know how much he is to blame and how much you are to blame. I went back and had a look at the past. Some very interesting maneuvers. I particularly liked that featherfall. Very clutch. Although, I think someone learned the hard way about having that dispelled. I'm sorry about that, Perrin. Seems the only way you can be felt is gravity. Otherwise, you are pretty tough.
How convenient for you.
We have
Certainly.
ways around gravity too.
Marina says, looking at him and looking at his staff.
True. We all learn.
Indeed.
So, instead, how about a better offer? All of the crimes leveled against my brother, I will come out publicly and say that they are false, and I will stand testament to my brother's innocence. I will make him a guest lecturer arcanis, or he can teach about the benefits of sorcery and how sorcerers have many perks. Subtly casting and being able to twin their spells and many other miraculous feats. At the same time, of course, a guest lecturer wouldn't take up all of his time. He is not exactly the sort to sit behind a desk and grade papers. Guest lecturer, couple of appearances now and again. Enough to give him the prestige, enough to get him back in the door of society. Not enough that it looks untoward. Enough that you give a famous adventurer to get the students fired up.
But he's
Guest
not
lecturer.
just a lecturer. You and I and Perrin and many others know he's the rightful heir.
Yeah.
You don't use that terminology.
As what?
What do you think?
What? The House Arcanis? No. It's an elected position. I was elected, and I have stayed elected. I intend to
be elected
continue.
when the rest of your family's dead.
They
Then you
wouldn't
heard a
have
little.
remotely voted for Skith anyway.
How do you know?
Remember. Because my brother was ostracized for being a sorcerer. He was ostracized for being a sorcerer when I was, what, 10? You can't exactly lay that at my feet. What, has
But
he
he wasn't
told you?
even given the chance.
Has he told you that his parents were all loving, and that I'm the one to blame for everything?
No.
Good.
But he
And
did
back
get
to
framed
business.
for murder. Not a good start.
It's what happens in this year's Entropy. What doesn't happen is people letting you back in from the cold. So consider me this undoing 20 years as best I can. Because the other alternative is you don't come back, which fine, doesn't tie you to anything, but you'd have the opportunity to come,
to walk around. Because you may have made friends with the House of War. That's not worth much anymore.
Well, that is not a decision for us to make. That will be a decision for our dear friend.
But it is an interesting offer to be talked about.
Perhaps if we discuss it as a group when he is returned safely to us, we can make our decision.
You seem to think that this is some sort of setup. It is not. I genuinely do wish for you to come to the Entropy, to take up residence in Arcanus. A free trip to the Hellspire.
But what is
I
in
will
it for
pay.
you?
Is having a guest lecturer not enough?
Insight check, if I may.
Maquin,
I think
he's not
Perrin's-
going
I
to
mean,
oppose it.
Perrin's
he
not gonna
gets us
bother.
not trying to mess with him, you know, like buys him a little time to finish whatever he's doing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, or this is a distraction and he's up to something else. I'm not very good at insight, so I'm going to believe whatever I believe. I think she
6.
thinks he's sus, and with a 6, she's still going to think he's sus.
Well, like I said, he's not opposing it. If he was
Yeah.
opposing it, and you rolled a 6, then
Oh,
you
I
would have to. But he's not opposing it. So with a 6, you can't really tell specifically, but he's definitely kind of implying that, yeah, that's not enough.
Mm.
But you're trying to get if there's anything else, but all he's like, is that not enough? But he's saying it sarcastically. So
Gotcha.
you can't get anything more from it.
I don't think it's enough for the likes of you.
No, of course not.
There's always
So
a
then
game.
what is it?
I don't think it's a game. I think there's something more important, but if you wish to refer to it as a game, feel free. No. You don't like the Lioness. In fact, as far as I'm aware, you tried to overthrow the Lioness about a year ago.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That is not all of us.
No. You have been remarkably difficult to find any information about your opinions on the Lioness. As far as I understand, you are remarkably neutral on the matter. Perrin, on the other hand, Perrin has opinions and
What do you expect when
feelings.
someone takes over someone else's land and claims it as their own?
Okay. So, those vampires that you hunt. You took over their land and claimed it as your own.
That's fair. And that is probably why there's not a good relationship between gnomes and vampires. Great job. Now you know the history of that. So does everybody else.
I like her. No one told me that. Interesting. This world is not big enough to share Entropy in the Lumarian Empire. I do not know if you spotted it, but when you're enmasked recently, I believe they were building a fleet. The one thing we have unopposed is our naval power. There will come a time when a showdown will happen. The Marin Empire has been claiming tower after tower. It is either us or the dead cities that is next. Some think it the Dakan Makana League. They're mistaken. That wall will hold for a long time, and even if they make it past,
They will get the Storm Spire, and then many leagues of desert. Useless, pointless desert. Very difficult to charge an army through. They will either attack us, or they will go for the dead cities.
Arena will say in Perrin's head.
I think he's the clone.
So that's what this is really about. The Aesir versus the Lumarian. Big showdown to decide who gets to be the next Krellian Dominion. But wait, what happened to
What
the
if we
Krellian
didn't want
Dominion?
any of you to win? And yeah, what happened to them?
They lasted for many hundreds of years. And then some idiot made himself in charge. And then I believe someone by the name of Nessa Kiv decided to rebel. What happened to him?
He had quite a time of it in the end, I believe.
Quite a time indeed. So, I offer you an opportunity. The Lumarian Empire, or the Aesir's Entropy, it will come down to that eventually. You can choose a side, or you can choose no side, but that is not a choice. You are choosing not to help. Somehow thinking that absolves you. But one side will then win. And if it is a side that you like least, it does not help you one bit when you could have helped avoid such a fate. Is it
But
just
that
a
is
way
only
of
if
sticking
you
your
think-
fingers in your ears and singing la la la?
But that is only if you believe that there are only two choices to be made.
And what is it about your empire that's so much better than the other one?
It's not led by the Lioness, who didn't attack Near-Dearth.
Who is it led by?
It's led by a council. A council who decides what happens. A council who decided not to attack the Beast Isles, not to wipe out the indigenous inhabitants. And so when that decision was made by a separate group, acting on their own impulse, you saw what happened.
Well, who's part of the council? We should be privy to that information before we make our decision. To
The
agree
leader
to
of every
their
great
terms.
house. 12 leaders.
How much sway do you have in this council?
I like to think I have enough. But
So then, does the council really matter?
you come from one of those other democracies, don't you? With your strange tribunals and your upper tiers and your councils and conclaves. Do you think your democracy matters? Because yours, you buy in. People buy their places and buy their elections. And yet, you have the temerity to say, does ours matter?
I wasn't saying that ours are any better. I was just saying before I agree to something on such a large scale, going to war with another place, that I want to know everything that I'm getting into. And who's really in control. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
See, we are very much more similar than you think.
No. A good try.
Maybe you will learn.
I would have to make a mistake for that.
You already have.
And that's why I'm here.
So, this Entropy is led by this council. This council is influenced by you.
It's influenced by a number, but my success recently has meant many listen to my counsel, yes.
And if enough do, it's your council.
Then enough can choose to make decisions. And I can advise one way or the other, because I have been proved right in many circumstances. Except apparently where my brother is concerned. And so I have to bring my brother back in from the cold. Because it would be politically expedient.
Your game is bigger than Aesir versus Lumarian. Obviously you want to expand your own power within the council, at the same time as you expand any reach of the satrapy itself. What's your end goal? What do you actually do all of this for? Why is it good to have this big empire in charge, with you conveniently very well positioned within it?
That's a very good question. Why don't you note that down and save it so we can get back to it after we go to a different scene?
Alright.
The camera cuts away to the sheer satrapy.
So, Skith, what do you make of the swordfish?
He's just like I remember. There's one thing this place is good for, it's the food.
So, how would you like to be able to tell your side of how things should be run in the world, how magic should be treated?
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. You mean specifically to those in the satrapy, like the council?
Yes, more access.
I will admit your offer is very tempting. However, I will need to reconvene with my other two companions to make sure we're all on the same page before I'm able to commit to anything.
Interesting.
Do you
Perhaps once
intend to think about it and discuss with your friends, or are you a hard no and you just want to be able to get out of here? Because I want you to make an insight check. No, a deception check. I'll be making the insight. If it is just completely the truth, then it's not worth making it.
No, he's totally gonna say F you.
Okay. Make a deception check.
I'll be honest. He's just trying to get back to his friends to be like... But yeah. Okay, deception it is. So...
I do have the ability to reroll fails. Do I know if I'm failing? To be able to do that, or
Ooh.
I can only do it one time.
You
I
wouldn't know
believe.
if it's a fail in this case because there's no set DC because it's against them, and they will only reveal if they choose to reveal if they know.
Okay.
Speaking of which, the sheet is taking ages to open.
Yeah.
Right, the sheet finally opened. Okay.
What is it you want? You have been on a crusade recently, and it hasn't been about me. I thought it was originally. I thought you were on a crusade to slay me, conquer, and take over the Akarnis house by force. And then, what, rule the satrapy instead of the council? That's what I initially thought, but you seem to have changed tack. What is it you want? Because obviously my offer isn't good enough.
Well, it has been a many years, and for a long time, all I sought was revenge and a way to maybe not revenge, but justice, or my sense of justice. But through my travels and maybe seen through the eyes of others, I have realized that this is but a small piece of the puzzle in the grander scheme of the world. And so, all I seek is simply balance.
What does this balance require that you speak of?
Well,
And something that I could do, something within my powers, something that I could give you, bestow upon you, or give you access to. Not some philosophical concept that is out of...
unfortunately,
phase.
those are all you're trying to appeal to what you remember my nature as, which I believe was selfish. And
Hey, Skith, I don't know if this is a good time, but I'm writing in my book to just check in, as I was asked to. So let me know if you want to pass anything on, or if not, just say all is okay. This is great. Thanks. Hope everything's good. Please tell me that you're not dead. You're
I'm not
Pietro.
dead, but it's not out of the question.
That's really worrying, but I'll check back in soon. Okay.
Apologies. Where were we? Well, I am not looking for a way or an edge to help my own position, but instead, I seek to stamp out any who would use magic to twist and shape the world into their own image. That is the balance that I speak of. And brother, I think this is something I fear we will never see eye to eye on.
Okay. In which case, I do know of some people using magic in a very untoward manner.
Oh, by all means. Pray tell.
A cult worshipping an entity from long ago.
Is that not who you serve?
Really? You just stop with this? No. Instead,
Can I insight that? Okay.
Feel free, go for it.
I mean, I may as well try, even though I don't have the best. Yeah. I believe him. I mean, I do anyway. But...
Well, I think he has to roll to counter it if he's deceiving.
So you got 7 versus 27.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, no, he
Okay.
actually I rolled the wrong thing.
If I lightning bolt his face while he's doing
Yep,
it.
still 27.
Oh.
So yeah, no, you 100% believe him. He sounds 100% convincing and
Okay.
genuinely, yeah, actually, yes.
no. I'm not really going to tell you much more, though, because that would be giving away what you want to know. So instead, there is a lot of information in the university. You are aware that the archives and the library are some of the best in the world. And I believe there was a researcher there until recently who was an operative of this cult. So she was obviously looking for something. Perhaps that will be of use to you.
Her name wouldn't happen to be Masha, would it?
It would indeed. So that's what you've been doing, rather than seeking revenge. Interesting. Altruism. How strange.
Keeping busy.
In which case, we're not actually opposed. So forget the offers of before. Feel free to come back. I will wipe the crime, stand up for you, take the position as a guest lecturer as a cover. And as you do so, dive into the archives. See what you can dig out on this Masha. Having her removed root and branch from my university will probably be a net benefit to me anyway. In exchange, visit the Hellspire. First run free on me. Of course. You get all the access.
Starting to think there's a reason you want me to go into the Hellspire now.
Because if you are going the way you seem to be suggesting, that Masha, she seemed like she had powerful backers. You will need a level from the Hellspire. And you will need this.
Dragonmon starts walking over with a little box. Cut back to Near-Dearth.
Arena, hi. Just checking in. I just checked in with Skith, and he was a bit... I was worried. He said, when I said, "Are you dead? I don't want you to be dead," his response was, "He's not dead yet." That made me worried.
Concerning.
Yeah, so I'm gonna check back in a bit. Are you okay? Is Perrin okay?
We're all right.
Okay. Admittedly, I'm just sat in the tree outside, but I can't see you because I'm in the tree. No one's come to look at the tree. It's safe here.
That is good.
Thunder's at the tree as well.
Okay, be careful.
Okay. Hi.
Perrin, you were saying.
And I think
That's-
Arena says in your head after you respond.
I was asking him about what it was all for, like why he needed to build this empire, what he wanted to achieve.
Well, because petty people have tried so much with infighting and inferiority to achieve nothing. Something better can be done. But none of this appeals to you, does it?
Everyone thinks their world is the better one.
You really hate the Lioness, yet you really still don't want to do anything about her. And my brother really has changed. I don't know what you've done to him, but he is very different.
He's chosen his
So
own path.
instead, you've been hunting a cult dedicated to a powerful ancient being.
And what do you think about this?
Well, a researcher of theirs by the name of Masha was recently at Arcanus University. The cover of being a guest lecturer would be the perfect opportunity for your team to investigate her, what she was doing there, and what she was looking for, wouldn't you say?
Surely you have the leverage to just lay that all bare yourself.
But what would I get out of that? You're the ones who care about it and want to know.
Do we?
Yes.
He's like, I don't really care that much about infiltrating your school.
Or maybe that is what you think we want.
Do you not want to know what Masha was doing at Arcanus University, or looking for, or why she was there for many years, under the guise of a researcher, after she left the clergy of the Raven Queen?
You're making assumptions that maybe we don't already know.
Oh. So you know what she brought and stored there?
Perhaps.
Fair enough.
What do you know of this cult?
Arena, make a deception roll.
I'm probably going to add a flash of genius to this, but we'll see. Fine. Will it matter? 'Cause it'll put me at a 14. I don't think it'll matter, so I don't think I'm going to add it. It's okay if he doesn't. He knows that Rena's lying.
Okay.
9. It's come back. The case of the 9s.
What do you know of this cult?
I know they paid a lot of money and power to put Masha in the position she was. And they have ties to
Well, a few places.
And who do they serve?
Oh, is this a test? This is a test, isn't it? Right. You want me to say the name? I already said the name Masha.
I'd like to see just how much you know.
Okay, but I'm not giving you information for free, so how about no? Your
That's
choice.
not a very good foundation for a future partnership.
I'm not offering a partnership. You didn't want that. What you wanted was knowledge, investigation, altruism, getting rid of this misuse of magic and the corporeal reality that we live in.
Misuse of magic.
Yes.
What an interesting thing to say. Perrin looks at the staff.
Yeah. Marina smiles at that. Is he wearing one of those weird talismans as well? Do we notice that at all? No.
Not wearing a talisman, no. Flip back to the sheer Entropy. Skith.
Was in the box.
It's the head of Arena and Perrin.
It's
Oh
the
my
big
gosh.
box.
Can you imagine?
It's Perrin wearing the mask.
My head's pretty small because I'm pretty tiny.
True. It's like
yeah.
a big fist.
You open Perrin's mouth and Arena's head's inside.
Ew.
Not that small, but
It's a very fine wooden box. And as the Dragonborn cracks it open, it's like a velvet interior. Very fine silver chain coiled up. Silver edging. And a clear gem sitting in the center.
An amulet of House Arcanus. Every member of the house wears one to prove you are a true member. All lecturers, all students, all those who have my backing. Wear it, and people will see not just Skith, they will see Skith Arcanus.
all right. And I'm to use this in order to do my research.
You may use it, well, however you see fit in pursuit of your goals against this cult. But use it wisely, as of all magical power, etc. These are not easy to make. A lot of blood, sweat, and toil went into these.
It can't be that difficult to make if everyone in House Arcanus requires one.
Trust me, they're difficult to make.
Is that why you need so many artificers?
The artificers are very helpful with many of our programs. And only those with magical talent in House Arcanus wear them. Those who are just shoe cleaners and towel holders, as I'm sure you've no doubt noticed, don't need to wear them. But yes.
And the others will be fine with a sorcerer wearing something that is meant for a wizard.
No. You fail to you fail to understand. House Arcanus has always had more than wizards, but in the last 20 years, I've made sure that we have a variety of magic users. We have wizards, sorcerers, warlocks, even druids, and a few clerics. I believe we even have a paladin or two. How strange.
Things really have changed.
Whatever works has always been my motto. The ends justify the means, brother.
That is what we were taught.
Father just did not go far enough.
Problem I'm sure you'll rectify.
Right. This talisman will signify you as part of the house. No one will question. And if they do, you can make them contact me, and I will show them my displeasure. Feel free to identify it. And then I tune forthwith. There's work to be done.
Is he telling me to do that right now?
If you want.
I mean, I'm not going to attune to it right now, but when I come back, I'll be happy to adorn this when in House Arcanus.
I understand your hesitancy. You want to talk to your friends. Perfectly fine.
I don't make it a habit to attune to strange objects before thoroughly having them examined.
Wise, perhaps. Very well. Take it away and keep it for when he comes back. Then you will have a chance to use Identify on it and have the spell do its magic and show you all the wonders and secrets that it will unfold. Once you've used Identify, I'm sure you'll be a lot more certain. Although, I understand your hesitancy. So, is there anything else you would like to discuss?
Okay, checking back in. Are you dead yet? I hope the answer's no. If the answer's a yes, I would be very confused.
Looks like we may get out of this one alive yet.
The use of the word we, is that I was in danger or that Perrin and Arena were in danger? Which we is this? We includes me. Okay. Okay. You will probably live. Good. I'll tell the others.
Yes. Wonderful.
How was your fish?
Still good. Quite full.
Excellent.
Have you poisoned me?
Should I have?
I don't believe so.
I tried to. Not recently, not now, but a while back. I was tempted to try again, but didn't want to in case it worked. Interesting. you immune? You're immune.
Can't get drunk either.
Ah, alcohol is technically a poison. That makes sense.
Very annoying. Owning a
What a
bar and
smooth.
unable to get drunk.
Oh, brother. This will be interesting. Very well. You should go back and join your friends. I look forward to next time. Oh, your stuff is here, by the way.
There's 2 servants behind
Well.
you carrying like a litter, and upon it is all your stuff.
Thank you for lunch. I wish I could say it had been a pleasure. It was very interesting, to say the least.
You've got more
Thank you for
tactful
not trying to kill me
yet.
again.
Good way to put it. Thank you for not killing me again.
Your Iceman is safe for the moment.
Have a safe trip back.
I'll just stand up and flip my cloak, gather my things, and head out away from the coastal overlook.
Okay. Skith, do me a favor, roll me a d20.
Okay. Oh, I could just use my player dice. Three. Seems pretty low.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Back in Near-Dearth.
It turns out Skith says he's still alive and is probably going to be alive.
What does that mean?
I think that Skith was worried that he was going to die and now thinks that he's probably going to be fine.
All right. Okay. I guess that's more reassuring than before.
So,
Arena will relay that to Perrin.
I just called him out for his magic stuff, being like, oh, they're using weird magic while holding a...
and
Speaking of which, you mind if
I
I
call it
identify that?
progress. And I look at the artificer with the robot bird. You were saying,
Where'd you get the idea? Just come up with 2 new schools of magic all by yourself?
a wizard never shares his secrets.
Many wizards have shared their secrets, though. That's why.
And most of them are
they share
dead.
them. There are a lot of wizards.
And a lot of dead ones.
There's a lot of dead everything, though.
Precisely. I don't intend to die.
Interesting. Generally,
Don't.
people do. Takes quite a lot to not.
I don't intend to die right this second, or for maybe sharing too many secrets too fast with too many inquisitive minds. Okay, I'm trying to share something of value. You want to know about this cult of an ancient being.
Why do you keep going back to that?
Because you do. Because it's the only thing that you've been looking into for a while. Because the thing that apparently has taken my brother from being a self-centered, revenge-filled narcissist and made him vaguely altruistic.
Then I think you haven't learned much at all about your mistakes. Because it's not that has changed your brother.
This is the point where you continue.
Is it?
Okay, I changed my mind. I don't like you at all. Why did I have to be the one that came here?
So you are aware of each other. And you know that you're not really who you are.
I swear, either the world becomes less and less comprehensible as we go on, which seems to indicate a breakdown in the very fabric of reality, or possibly the intelligence of artificers is highly overrated.
Arena shrugs. She's just trying to get a ride out of this guy.
About your plans for the world, making a better world and all that.
I didn't quite say them, but feel free.
That kind of general deal. Who would you make a deal with to make that happen?
Well, Masha for a start. But she's gone now, so I'm happy to sell her out. Oh, you thought I worked for them? No. No, that's why you were so worried. No, I don't work for that bunch of fanatics. No. I work for myself.
Do you now?
I may have agreements, I may have worked with others, I may have made pacts, temporary alliances, whatever. Like you have with the Chosen Knights. Whatever you've got going on with Sir Gallant that I can't quite figure out. Or the Lioness. Or obviously with the House of the Dead. Or Bahamut. Or the people of the Beast Isles. That's fine. That's what we do. That's what we call civilization. Fine. It's a network of people doing things, interacting. I don't care about Masha one way or the other. In fact, I suspect she's dead from what I understand. Quite frankly, I don't actually want her end goals to succeed if they were what I suspected. Now I know better. So, happy to help out. Time's up.
Well, I have dessert. What would we be if we weren't a good host? We have to have dessert.
Who would you be if you weren't a good host? You'd be someone
Exactly.
else, dear.
The thing is,
Rennie's gonna get up and go get dessert.
the side that you've picked you know full well, has a habit of playing the field. Are you sure that your best interests are what really matter at the end of the day?
I'm on nobody's side. I'm on my side. And that might coincide with your side temporarily. That's your choice.
Temporarily.
Good. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't give a cod's ass about Masha's side or the Lioness' side. I care about my side. If that coincides with your side for the moment, fine. My side would like Skith back in this year's Entropy. Would like him absolved of his crimes. Would like him part of House Arcanus. Would like him, I guess, lecturer. And that would allow you the cover to investigate. And would get you another tower and closer to having done a level in every one of them.
If they would like that, then why don't they just let that happen?
I am trying to let it happen right now.
No, you want a deal to make it happen.
I think I am done here. You have really ruined my appetite.
There is room for an agreement. But I just want to make sure you recognize, if your feet are on this ground, you're a piece on the board. We all are.
Fine. We're all pieces on the board. Strange of you to use that term. The one who disagrees with gods, who challenges heralds and disagrees with everyone going, and you would say that we are pieces. Interesting.
The sooner we recognize it, the sooner we can make our own moves.
The dessert does look yummy. It's a shame to miss it, but unfortunately I have very limited time.
It's my mother's recipe. Fish cakes are so good.
Oh, fuck.
We are related.
You will have to come visit this year's Entropy. I will handle it no other way. It has been quite something. I hope this will not be our last.
I don't imagine it will be.
There's a flash outside. There's another flash. Skith walks in.
Hello, party people. No.
Really, you?
Arena looks suspiciously at him.
I think so. Is that fish cake I smell?
Yeah, I made a whole basket of it too for him, but
Hey,
he left
Skith.
without it.
What is 4 plus 2?
6.
Arena. Ask him what number he just said.
What number did you just say?
6.
Okay, it's in. You're clear.
All right.
Get her out.
I don't know what my brother's playing at, but he wants us to be his friend or
Maybe not
I don't think he
friend,
wants
but
us to be his friend, Skith. I think that he has something he needs from us, and the only way he's going to get what he wants is by getting that.
The
I
good
think he's
news.
just trying to buy time.
The good news is that, as far as I can tell, the thumb that he is wrapped around, in our old friend's words, is Asmodeus. The worst of our fears seem unlikely to be true.
What if
Didn't Asmodeus charge us with finding out who was the puppeteer? How can it be him if
It
he
could be Tiamat,
wants us-
that's also possible.
I don't know why he would give us a contract to find out who's pulling the strings just to have it be him.
Just feels like it's Asmodeus all the way down, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe there's other players here. And maybe he was lying and he is in the New Dawn after all.
he says that he's only helping himself? But
By the
I
sounds
do
of
have
it.
a question though. What if your simulacrum made a deal and then your simulacrum dies? Does that mean the deal isn't with you, it's with your simulacrum so you can get out of it?
No idea.
I don't know. I don't have a simulacrum.
But he's trying to make deals with us, but it's not really him.
It represents who he is as a person. It's the same logic and same brain, just functioning as a second being. And you use a part of yourself to create it, so maybe it is attached like that.
Hmm.
Perhaps he thinks he's serving Asmodeus, but it is actually the New Dawn.
It could be
He
something
seemed
like
to
that.
be aware of the cult, and it made me think that he knew of him. But
There was an implication, but he didn't make it clear whether he really did. And if he would have, he wouldn't have told us the name anyway.
he didn't refer to Masha as dead, although he did
He did with
mention
us.
Masha.
He said to
Ah.
us
Mentioned to
he
us that
suspected
he-
she was dead, which is good.
I did not mention Masha, only by name.
We didn't mention her, but he mentioned her.
I didn't mention
Actually, he
her
talked a lot
demise.
more than I thought he was going to.
Regardless, I still think he should die.
Fair.
I know he's trying to get us on his side. Perhaps we do share common enemies, but
I
he
think
is
he's
still in
concerned-
danger.
I think he's concerned that the Lumerian Empire are going to try to take over the Ashir.
A conflict between two powers is inevitable.
I can't help but feel like this conflict that's being built up to is somebody's plan. The conflict itself, rather than any particular side winning, weaken the nations of the world, right as the New Dawn is rising.
If they're too busy fighting each other, then they can't team up against them. I see what
Well,
you're saying.
I promised nothing, but he still offered residence and under the guise of being a lecturer and access to the library where I can do research and perhaps uncover some of these answers to the questions we have.
But the questions we have aren't really about what he thinks they are. But I suppose that is better for us.
I'm not going to turn down access to such a wealth of knowledge.
So you're taking the deal then?
I'm not quite sure what he would get out of it. He does want me to wear one of those amulets, but unfortunately, he would not let me bring it with me.
I wouldn't wear one of those. I've got no
That's,
idea what kind of power they can have over you.
Well, of course not, but I think it is required in order to research in the library.
And perhaps you need to put some other.
I am
type of
allowed to
mind.
identify it beforehand.
But things can be
Yes.
hidden from an identify spell.
Yes, but I always have my legend lore as well.
That is true.
If he gives you the time
Well,
to do
let's-
that in its presence before wearing one.
Let's hope that Mistra has the knowledge that you need then.
I mean, you've seen it up close. You could cast Legend Lore.
Yeah.
Ooh,
True.
that's true. At least to get preliminary information on it.
I'll do that. Oh, if there's time. I know we're right at 4 o'clock.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I think that's a cool
Okay.
place to end it too, is knowing what we're getting ourselves into. What you're gonna wear. What is that? Roll for.
You
That's for my
put space
psychic
between the
damage?
5 and the D4.
Oh, I'm like,
Oh.
what is happening? Okay. That's more ouch.
There we go.
Ouch.
You just
My
see,
brains.
like, Skith reel backwards and, like, air kind of lenses a little bit around him, and then suddenly kind of his eyes bloodshot.
For
Little bit of blood coming from the nose.
MP3 folks, or patrons, it was a 1-1-3-2-3 was equaling 10. Oof.
Below average.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Average is 12.5.
No fours.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. So you describe the Amulet of Arcanus as you saw it, and what you've been told about it. And you get back a very strange reply.
He's like, do I have this voice prepped yet?
I don't, but I now have. Amulet of Arcanus. A perfectly normal amulet that grants power made by the House of Arcanus. There is nothing wrong with it. This is a great power that allows the house to rise in Ascension.
Yeah, he's fucking with Mistra and then Hellfire.
I think that
Spire
should be the
Tower.
end. That's where the cut happens,
If
because that
you
is
recall,
crazy.
it doesn't block the Identify spell, it blocks divination spells. Legend Lore is a divination spell. But it does tell you something. Because
Totally
divination spell
perfectly
tells you
normal.
something.
Super normal.
It's
It
super
is fine.
normal. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is fine.
Well, it is. Well, I'll take 4.
I'll take 4. I'll take 4.
One for each of us.
Considering that it is directly from Mistra, though, and considering it's the last episode, I will give you something.
Ooh, all right.
I need to make one of these into a... Here we go. Maybe this kind of works as a name. The famous painter, the bard, Flurgroyd, the Splendiferous, was found beheaded. An amulet next to his body. There was no connection between the two. anyone would like to spend the remainder of the day making a history check as the final thing we do.
That sounds cool.
I mean, yeah,
We're all good at that.
I have pretty decent roll with that.
Concerns.
Maybe. Oh, net 20, 28.
Oh, damn.
Oh, and I will add if I can. Actually, probably no, because it's a full day thing, right? We're
Yeah.
researching.
That's fine. Okay.
That 20 for a 28 will do pretty nicely.
Perrin goes down the wrong area of the library entirely. Skith kind of fills Arena in, and Arena, with this information, finds out through some files that a few years ago, this person was a dragonborn who was a famous painter who was a bard. Had left the Sheer's Entropy, had been part of House Arcanus, and was somewhat of a seditionist. And quite notably, the painting that they died in the middle of was actually sold at auction and fetched a good amount of money. But it's not too difficult to find the details of, because, well, there was blood on the painting, because seemingly they were decapitated instantly, like really quick, by a very fine garrote of some kind. They never found out who did it or how, but the watch that investigated it suspected that someone had garroted them with a very fine kind of metal kind of wire or something, but they never find out who did it.
Like a silver chain from an amulet. No big deal.
Potentially. But they were midway through painting a painting that basically showed the overthrow of Saravel and the end of the current system of House Arcanus. So along with Saravel, there were a couple of other people who would be kind of associated with Saravel, such as some of his kind of adjacent people, like kind of like the Associate Dean, a couple of the military people, etc., in House Arcanus, along with two other versions of Saravel that were generally considered to be kind of Saravel in different guises, you know, Saravel military or Saravel the thinker. And the painting was only half finished.
Is there a picture of the painting somewhere?
Yeah. You vaguely find kind of copy of it in a paper.
All right. Marina will relay this all back to them, and if I can't take the paper with me, then I will show them a illusion of it.
The Saravels look vaguely familiar. Because they're all Saravel, but you recognize the staffs that two of them holding. Skith has one of them.
Wishful thinking or prophecy?
Completely normal amulet that decapitates you if you go against leadership.
We gotta steal one of those amulets.
And with that, that's the end of Ascension.
I wonder
He
if
just
we're gonna
activates
make
them
one.
all at once for like a mass ritual sacrifice to resurrect like a god or something.
Woo!
Yeah.
That is crazy. Crazy.
Hey, go into the Hellspire where we're totally not messing shit up, and you will be fine in there. Here's your amulet. Be on your way now. Like what?
By the way, we'll be doing a live after show. Nobody go anywhere.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Freaking
Live after show.
politicians.
We'll answer some questions and stuffs and whatevers and talk about things. Right, let's do an outro really quick because then we'll do the live after show. So, Roll20 sponsor Miazilla, thank you very much for being a sponsor today. It's been fantastic to have you as a sponsor throughout. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the fan art. Miazilla, please, final fan art. Do that painting.
Oh, final fan art of the painting. Yes, that would be
Final fan
so
art
cool.
of the picture in the paper that shows the dude dead with the painting in the background. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Miazilla. You've been
That would
amazing.
be even cooler.
Also, Sounds of Silence, third season of which will be happening in conjunction with Pop by Night. They'll be live streaming it, and the VODs will be going up on our YouTube channel, so there will be a third season. So look out for that. There isn't a date out yet, but more details will be coming. And yeah, that's it for our announcements. So
we'll put out the character sheets on Patreon, the final ones.
Oh yeah, the final ones. Yeah.
Or hopefully not final ones. We'll see.
And maybe I'll also reveal the secrets of Perrin's armor, since that isn't a huge secret, so that probably won't matter too much. If we do then do a kind of a wrap-up thing, that probably won't affect things. Maybe we'll talk about that in the after as well.
Eating my wings. Stop it.
Okay, right. Betham, who are you?
Betham, you can find me on YouTube and Twitch under the name Mangled Pork for reasons. And I'm doing streaming games on Twitch at the moment. We recently did some Core Keeper. We might be doing some more of that. And then maybe I'll actually get back to Terra Invicta at some point and other things. We'll see.
Okay, fine. Be that way.
I didn't even... it took me like 5 seconds to register what you said.
Okay. Cobalt, who are you?
Cobalt Streak. Play a lot of indie roguelike games. I've been playing some Brotato, a bunch of those like Survivor-esque games that are really cheap but fun. Over 110 right now on my Isaac streak, which is like the best we have ever done, and we're just waiting to die, basically. Also, we're doing more stuff over on the YouTube, so you can check that out if you want. And I think you'll be seeing me for a couple of other things on a roll forward here in the future that I probably shouldn't talk about yet until they're ready to announce it. And yeah,
I like the fact that like
happy to be a part of the show.
I have someone to follow in my legacy of that, like announcing announcements. It's great.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Okay,
Sad.
Maggie, what about you?
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Crone. I do lots of things on the internet. If you want to check them out, please just give me a follow and I will let you know whenever I go live with those things. And that's including, we still have Grimrose Academy, so stay tuned for more. Last episode was very emotional and also epic, so if you want to check that out, it will actually be live after this show. So you'll want to go. If you want more entertainment today, there's more. Have we not entertained you? And also I make games and video games for a living. I am currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, which you can find at Ashes of Creation in all the places. And I'm working on the second edition of Witches and Spellcraft, which is, you can find the original on DriveThruRPG. And that
Are
is
you not
me.
entertained, brother?
Right. But what are you, Enter Elysium? Where can people find you at?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. That's it, sir. I couldn't have wished for a better final episode. You have been wonderful. I do wish we could have had that tiny bit with Gallant watching the end, but the tempo was just too good as it was, and yes. We can maybe talk about that in the after show anyway. Remember, there will be a live after show, so do stick around for that. Anyway. This has been Roll For It. You've been fantastic. Thank you. It's Bentham.